Let's see. Can you hear? Oh, can you hear me? Can everybody hear me? Shrug. Interesting. Everybody, hello. Can everybody hear me? Are we good? Say something in chat if you can hear me. Clap twice if you can hear me. Hello, everybody. Hi. Wow. So many people look at those claps. Good job, everybody. Jeez, what's up with this? 28 people? Gosh, if I'd have known this was the success to streaming, the key to success for streaming, I would have done this ages ago. Got to tell new people, don't stream video games, stream sadness with wine. I'm going to be really sad if I spill any of this because I have a very white thing going on here. Let's see, make sure I can see the chat because that's important. There we are. Well, hello, everybody. Let's see what our stats are at real quick. Just for reference, 16,000 views. I can probably get more specific than that, huh? 16,680 views with 284 comments on this particular video. Oh, thank you. I like the lights too. Meme dreams. Thank you for complimenting my outfit. Okay, let's see if the chat stays updated when I'm not clicked on it, because that would be sad. That would be very sad. That would be frustrating. But yeah, so 284, perfect. Yeah, bisexual lighting is going. I actually, this whole situation back here, I've had these LEDs, these color change LEDs, these strips for probably 2 years, and I just never did anything with them. I always wanted to, and I never did. And so I have this whole like this teal sheet over these windows, and the whole idea was, oh, when the sun is out, the sun will backlight it and it'll look really good, and it does when the sun is out, which is not all the time, and it always seems to not be the time when I choose to record, which is sort of at a whim. Victoria Vile. I'll probably keep it up on my channel. I feel like this is relevant to the whole situation with this video. I don't know. If not, I'll put it somewhere for access. But yeah, I finally decided to hook up these LEDs to the back of these shelves so that I don't have to worry about that anymore. What happened with the teleprompter? Oh, Jesus. So basically, I figured out what the problem was way too late for me to actually record this video. I had to stop and come do this, basically get ready to do this. So I use a website that's just called QPrompter, and I space out my script, drop the text in there, and I have a whole like particle board thing with just like a picture frame that I use for my teleprompter, and it generally works. It's kind of finicky, like the speed of the text is fixed, so you have to mess around with it. The issue is that sometimes the text gets cut off on the sides, and today it decided that it wanted to cut off like 50% of the text, and I just couldn't read it. I couldn't figure out what the issue was. it turns out that QPrompter has a text size limit, which is advertised, but I had never run into it before, and I posted all this stuff. Yeah, the choker's good. I actually just got these very recently, and they make me feel good. I highly recommend chokers. But yeah, the short of it is, it turns out qprompter.com has an upper limit on text, but instead of saying, no, you can't do that, it runs it, and it just runs it garbage. So once I cut the text in half, like put half of the script in, it was fine. Alexis Erudite, scene with a dialogue between your dysphoria self and yourself. Do you intentionally elongate it, or just come out that way? I actually, that's actually shorter than it was whenever I first edited it. Yeah, I'm glad I sorted it out too. I'm going to record it after this stream is over, whenever that is, either that or in the morning. It's going to be a funny video, sort of, and angry. I don't know. But so with the dialogue scene, there's a lot with that that's weird. I improvised. I was dressed up as Bad Sarah over in this corner, and I just improvised the whole thing off the cuff. And then I wrote responses for Good Sarah, reviewing the footage, and then I cut together a montage of all of the shots that I thought I might use, and I played them on the TV. So the actual full like dialogue exchange between me and her is like 14 minutes. It was bad. It was way too long. And so the length that it is actually after some pretty rigorous cutting. And I'm still not perfectly happy with it, but it's as good as it was ever going to get, you know. At Henlo Burb, how's the Twin Peaks stuff going? It's coming along. You can see I have this entire shelf here of Twin Peaks stuff. I'm working up to focusing on it again. I needed to wait until I was finished with school, because it's just, I mean, it's an intense thing. And I'm up to, I've diagrammed out all of the episodes of my series that I want to do, and it's going to total 8 episodes. So I've got 7 more videos that I have to do, but they're going to be less intense than the first episode. There was this story that I was working towards that I wanted to sort of come in more and more as the series progressed. But after making this video, which we got to get to these comments, there's almost 300 of them, I kind of realized that the story that I wanted to do with the Twin Peaks series, I told in this video about transitioning. So I kind of have to retool what that series is, and I'm going to I'm gonna pare it down a little bit, and so have it more just to be a straightforward video essay with some stylistic elements. It's not just going to be like back to normal stuff. I don't know. I'm still figuring that out, but I'm really excited to get back to work on it, because I've spent so much money on Twin Peaks stuff. I may have just purchased some Twin Peaks trading cards, because I found some for real cheap. And are there any things planned for the future of the channel? I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 videos that are not Twin Peaks related that are currently on my whiteboard that I'm working on. I'm shooting one. I was supposed to shoot it today, but I'm going to be shooting it tomorrow, or later tonight, that hopefully will be out this Friday. It probably won't be, but yeah, I don't know if all of those will make it to the finish line, but I feel really good about all of them. They're competitive Twin Peaks trading card tournaments. Not to my knowledge, not yet. Although I'm sure there will be someday. They're just like no, I don't know. Rittenhouse released like this whole set of 2018 Twin Peaks cards, and you buy them in packs. Simon Jones, I am transgender female. Thank you for asking. She, her pronouns. Need to work on my voice, but whatever, it's fine. Fuck it. Oh God, I cursed. I did a cuss on the stream. This is bad. I'm gonna get demonetized. I'm not monetized. I actually haven't talked much to May about Twin Peaks. We talked a little bit about it when I visited her last time. We talked a little bit about it. I know, I'm sorry, Avery J. Yeah, I need to send $1 for the swear jar. No, we talked a little bit about Twin Peaks, and she suggested that she'd be interested in assisting in the series in some way, which is not a promise that that's a thing that's going to happen. But I mean, she's joined my podcast. I'm actually going down to Texas this weekend to film her live show that she's doing, her concert that she's doing. So, I mean, we've been collaborating on a bunch of stuff at this point, so it's not like entirely out of the question, I suppose. Before we get into this, actually, there was something that I saw that I wanted to, hold on. Yes, saying something is finished is a very good thing. What was, oh yeah, that was it. How long is my series on Lost going to be? That's a good question. I don't know. I haven't let myself open up that can of worms yet. My dream is to eventually get to a point, like I want to start it at a point where I have enough of a viewership that they will feel peer pressured into watching it. But also I want to do it when at a point when I'm big enough that I can go to Cody Johnston, who is the news dude of Some More News, and say, hey, do you want to help me with this Lost thing? And he will say yes, unless he's just way too busy, because I'm sure he would love to talk about anything other than news. And the thing that people, like, I've been a fan of his for a very long time. What people don't remember is that he, before he was a news dude, he was the Lost doctor. He wrote several articles for Cracked, basically answering all of the mysteries of Lost in like a really sarcastic way. He did a Tumblr that was like him answering stupid questions about Lost. He has an old channel that you can track down that has like 15 to 20 songs that he wrote about Lost. It's awesome. And I want to get him to get back into Lost in a public way. And I'm going to do that. I want to drag him into it. And yeah. That's fun. Cool. All right. Well, I wanted to share. Let's see. Where is this? One last thing before we actually get into this is Twin Peaks to demonstrate the depths of my ridiculous obsession. Is I have action figures. Here's the log lady. Here's Agent Cooper. Here's Bob, and the most fucked up one, Laura Palmer wrapped in plastic. Laura Palmer wrapped in. Anyway, yeah, these are kind of messed up. Oh, I shouldn't. I'm belaboring the point at this point. God. I'm just gonna do this real quick, I guess, since you got me talking about it. So I have all of the original. I wish secret screening, I would do that, but I don't have them yet. They're shipping. I have all of the original Twin Peaks tie-in books. These two are out of print. I actually got this book from Australia. So yeah, this book is nothing, but I have it. And I also got a bunch of issues of, excuse me, Wrapped in Plastic, which is the fan magazine that ran for many years, that basically is the reason why people remember Twin Peaks at all, and kind of was a major part of one aspect of fandom, like rampant theorizing about TV shows and stuff. And when I got this, I actually, they threw in this postcard that was for like whenever Bravo bought the rights to Twin Peaks. TV, too good for TV. And also this guide, which there's a couple shots of this in my first Twin Peaks video, which is like Bravo's official episode guide of Twin Peaks from back in the day. It's pretty rad that I have these things. And so when I have thought about like giving up on the Twin Peaks series just because it's so much work, but at this point, the sunk cost fallacy is so ridiculous that I can't not, you know. So that is going to happen sooner or later this year. And yes, you should watch Twin Peaks. It has its ups and downs, but it's very worth it. And the new season is incredible. And yeah, it's good. It's weird. It's good. Okay, I guess let's get to the sad part of the stream, huh? I want to see. Oh my gosh, Krishna Washburn, happy birthday! That's incredible. It's not about the bunny. Is it about the bunny? Okay. This is, by the way, before anybody asks, this is Cabernet Sauvignon that came from a box where all wine comes from, and it's delicious. Took a nice big gulp there. All right. Let's do this. So basically, I have YouTube's community manager pulled up with just all the comments in order of most recent. And I've actually been moderating the comments. Riffle, my nail polish is black. Evil Ramen, I will try to not spill wine on my white. But also, I got this for free at a clothing exchange, and I've never really worn it before. So if I spill wine on it, honestly, it'll just become like a live stream ritual, assuming I do more of these. Let's see. But I have read all of these comments already in my own time over the last 2 weeks. Well, Meme Dreams, about moderating these comments, though, I've gotten less than 10 shitty ones out of the almost 300 that I've gotten, which is part of the reason why I wanted to read this, is that not only has the response been incredible, but the fact that so few assholes have come out of the woodwork to say shit. And like nobody was, even among those, nobody was really like truly garbage. So it's like, I don't know. There were a few things that were just sort of like ignorant, and I just deleted them. I didn't respond to any of them because I don't believe in debate. I hate free speech. I don't know. But no, these are good. There might have been a couple that have come in. Oh yeah, there's this one, but it's nothing. First comment to read on the stream. I thought this was about movie transitions, although movie is spelled M-O-V-E, so I guess move transitions. Oh, thank you for calling me an adorable person. Peyton Quinn, yes, definitely. I mean, that's what we're going to do. We're going to go through and read the comments. And just to be clear, I would not have done this, like scheduled this, if I thought that like if the comments were negative or if I hadn't looked at them. The whole reason why I wanted to do this is that the comments were so positive. And thank you, Krishna Washburn, for, yeah, I put a lot of work into it. I dropped all of the footage that I shot along with all of the distinct audio that I recorded for that video on a single timeline, and it totaled 22 hours altogether of stuff that I shot. There are a couple of setups that I didn't use. I shot stuff outside. I shot a couple of different things. Yeah, this video was ludicrous, and I'm afraid that it sets people up to expect way more from my channel than like the rest of my videos are gonna do, because this was not a sustainable work project. I recorded shit over like the course of a couple of months, and I spent a lot of time combing through it. And this video wasn't scripted, which is the thing that I keep wanting to like scream from the top of the rooftops. The only part that's scripted is the opening sequence. Everything else was just done off the cuff, and it's pulled from literally hours of me talking. Secret screening. So editing down all of that raw footage. Basically, so I did. So this was my last semester of college, and I used it for a class that I was taking called Cultural Media Making, and big chunks of it were developed for that class. I recorded May's section and edited it. That was the first stuff that ever got touched, basically, was May Litz's section. And that was shown to class. And a lot of the weird editing stuff that came into the video came from there, where I was just like editing the night before, and I was just experimenting, and I wasn't expecting it to land. And then I showed it to people in my class, and they were kind of floored by it. So I showed it to May, and I actually recorded her reaction, which I had to do for this class. Oh, excuse me. But I've been thinking about whether or not to release bits and pieces of that for like Patreon. I'm still kind of combing through like what stuff to release for the Patreon, like the $5 tier, because there's a lot of stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's I showed her that, and she had some very good feedback. And then I shot stuff that was scripted, and I hated it. I tried to script it for a really long time, and then I finally realized that the stuff that was working, which was May's stuff, was working because it was unscripted, and it was pulling it together like a stream of consciousness. And once I started to do that with my own stuff, it was like I finally understood this video. And the bulk of the editing was done in the week before the video came out, and I spent 5 consecutive days editing every waking hour of the day. So and I probably slept maybe like 4 or 5 hours a night. A lot of coffee. It was rough, but I was just like, I was immersed in it, and I needed to get it out before the end of the year for my own reasons. And Yoshija Kure, May Leets, she's YouTuber Nick Spheres. She does. She's mostly known for her YouTube channel where she reviews like horror movies, and she still kind of does that. She's like branching out at the moment, but she's still doing that. She's also a musician, immensely talented, really smart. She's a smart cookie, that May. She's co-host of my podcast. Actually, there'll be a new episode of that tomorrow with May, and we had a lot of fun. We just have fun generally. Yeah, it was an exhausting thing to edit, and my conversation with May actually, like that conversation with her was an hour and a half long, and there's so much of that that I wanted to put in the video, and there was so much of the stuff that like I said, there were so many things that I had planned that I wanted to put in the video. There's so much. I mean, just in terms of discrete things that I said with the intention of putting in the video, there's probably like 4 hours of it. The video could have easily have been so much longer. But there are things that I wish that I could have put in, but it was already getting too long, and the ending needed to be the length that it was. The last sequence actually was the last thing that I shot, and I shot it the day before that video went up. Thank you, In the Line. I feel pretty good. But yeah, it was a rough project and took a long time, and I'm really glad that people like it. So okay, let's get to these gosh darned fucking comments. How about that? I love YouTube emoji. They look like little gross teardrops. Yeah, extended edition. I've actually considered that, but I just I don't know. I know you said that as a joke, but like I said, I have considered it, and the thing is, it just needs to be finished. A number of people asked me if I was okay in the comments. I'm sure we'll get to some of those, but it's like, yeah. Yeah, you do just abandon it at some point where it's acceptable. I mean, yeah, like writing. I've started so many like books and things. I was a creative writing major before I was film, and it's just like the one book that I ever finished. I still think like, oh, I wish I could go. I want to add more. I want to do more with it. And it's like, no, it's got to be done. I can't do this. I can't keep opening this can of worms for myself. Got to make sure these triangles are, at the same relative height. Fuck it. Avery J joins school night now. Thank you, Avery. Have fun drinking with a bunch of trans kids on a school night. Eli Nilsson, as far as like similar projects, not exactly. I'm certain that there will be similar things in terms of ambition and scope. Potentially, it's hard to say, but there will not be anything like this in the future. This video is very singular. Most of the stuff that I want to do is still sort of straightforward video essays, and I'm going to be injecting more and more of myself over time, but nothing is going to be quite like this, and I wouldn't want to try to recreate this if from the perspective of like labor and from the perspective of just pure logistical overwhelming quantity of work. I don't know, but there will be more stuff. Like, it just depends, it just depends. Brett, thank you for complimenting my set. So I don't know. We'll see. I have ambitions. There are things that I want to do. Obviously, I guess I'm a human being. Of course I have ambitions. I don't know. Nothing quite like this is the deal. Okay, we're going to actually get to these comments. I've got to turn away from the chat bodily. Okay. Sorry, I could not. Yeah. Okay. So let's start. I guess I should read the names of the people. Yeah, I guess I'll read the names of the commenters. I do live on the edge. If I spill my wine on this coat, I mean it's all over. I'm done. But we ain't gonna let that happen, are we? At least not on this glass. Once I refill, once I get a few more glasses in, maybe we'll start spilling wine. Depends on how things go, right? Okay, I will read the names. Okay, so these are just going from most recent, and we're just going to work our way through until we decide that we're done. So this is from Lily Vonk. Thank you for making this video, for articulating this pain, for every essay and every podcast. Thank you for creating. Thank you for being here. Go ahead and click that heart button. Marcus Stroud, thank you for the video, and I'm feeling major Silent Hill vibes from the video. That's an interesting sort of perspective. I guess there's a bit of Silent Hill in there. Bird Shenanigans says, I really want you to be okay, and I think you will be. And I am. And this is something that I want to address, is a lot of people ask me if I was okay. I think I started saying this earlier. I got distracted. A lot of people asked me if I was okay after releasing this video. And the thing is that the only reason that this video could exist in the form that it exists in is that a lot of the stuff that I was saying, I was looking at from a future tense perspective, or I guess a past, I don't know. I was able to look back at it from having to some extent gotten over it. I'm still like working through it. Excuse me. But I am okay. Like making the video was an exorcism. It wasn't a like self-flagellation. And that's the thing for me, is that I genuinely feel better now that I have this video out there. It was part of the reason why I wanted to have it out before the end of the year. And it is its own thing. So I am okay. Pen and Ink says, the choker says I refuse to relinquish my inner child. The blazer says I'm on my fourth husband, and my pool boy's name is Gabe. Woof! Yeah, there's a bit of that, isn't there? Okay. I'm certainly not helping that with the wine. Okay, we're 2 comments in. 3, 4. What? No, 3. Okay, so we got to keep moving. Are there shoulder pads? Yeah, there are. Okay. All right, this is from Samantha LaCroix. I want to thank you for this because I'm dealing with the exact same thing. Fort Galahad. I wrote a really long comment and cut most of it out because it's a public YouTube comment section. But I used to wear hoodies constantly and still do. It's been a bad habit ever since I realized I was trans and that I was unhappy. The weird part is that it stuck with me even though I don't like wearing baggy clothes all the time. It's only recently that I've been content with people thinking I'm ugly. That's fine, and I just don't really care anymore. It's confusing because I don't recognize child me, and I don't understand my family saying that they never saw the signs and that it was a shock. But if I imagine alternate universe me as a woman, that seems oddly unfitting, like asking me to put on shoes that are way too small. Sure, I can get my foot in, but it's incredibly painful and I wouldn't be able to walk. I guess the other confusing thing is that a lot of my transition hasn't been the expected transition. So it comes up with a lot of confusing questions from other people. It makes me wonder if the concept of gender didn't exist, would I still be doing this? And I spent years questioning if I was trans, but it's only recently that I've stopped. Maybe it's just that I get panicky seeing my own blood, so I can't imagine why I'd stick myself with needles once a week if I was just doing this for shits and giggles. These are all like good thoughts, because there is this thing that I return to on the podcast relatively frequently, is like, in the hypothetical world where gender has been abolished, probably a lot more people would transition than do today. because when there are no societal expectations of like gender roles, then gender expression can just kind of be whatever. And more people who would call themselves cisgender today would probably fit our definition of transgender or agender, non-binary. I feel the same way about sexuality too. So much of our definition comes from culture. And so it is an interesting thought of like, are there degrees of transness where some people require medical transition and others don't? I don't like to delve too deep into that because I don't believe that there's like a barometer that says, okay, you're not trans enough. Like that's nonsense. But it's complicated. It's complicated stuff. And these are all interesting questions. But, you know, transition is supposed to be what you need it to be. And it takes all kinds of different shapes. Okay. A wild gamer. I thought this was about move transitions. Okay. Pink Elephant. Let's talk about how good this video is. Wow, what a work of art. Well, thank you for the pun based on my channel title. Uniquely evil, so powerful. All right. Ethan Bracknell Gooding. I also lost my mother and my father at the age of 21, and I was a closeted trans person. The constant back and forth between past and its memories and the future that you hope for makes you almost lost within the present. What is the defined ending of transition? Does it exist? I connected with you so much within this video. This was brilliantly articulated, and I cannot thank you enough. This helped me as I'm currently stuck somewhere in between past and present. Yeah, the memories. The memory section of the video is actually the hardest part of the video for me to watch. That's the part that's still the most personal. I don't know. One of the things that I wanted to say at the end of the video is I want to always be transitioning in the same way that I never want to arrive. I always want to be changing because I feel like when I used to write fan fiction, actually, I got frustrated when people just gave me compliments. I always wanted criticism because to my mind, the worst thing in the world was to say this is perfect. Because if I'm making something that's perfect, that means that it has no room to improve. And that's the most terrifying thing in the world because I have nowhere else to go because I don't want to repeat myself. So how is that relevant? Fuck. Sorry for all the cussing I just did. Okay. Yeah. I'm not drunk yet. I in the same way, I always want to be transitioning because I want to feel comfortable in my identity, but I don't want to feel like I've made my identity concrete in a way that it was before, like repeating the same mistakes that I made before, if that makes sense. I saw a comment asking how I feel about trans trenders. All I'll say is that if we lived in a world where there wasn't this awful, disparaging, acidic discourse about trans people and trying to devalue and dehumanize anybody and everybody who identifies as a different gender than what they were assigned at birth, I would say that there is some kernel of something at the heart of the idea of being transgender in that the world that we imagine where there is no gender, like you can imagine somebody trying out a more feminine gender expression and deciding to switch back, but transgender as it exists now, and like that term, I'm talking about the thing that it describes, and I shouldn't have gone into this rant because this is definitely going to be taken out of context at some point, I'm sure. This is not me defending transgender as a term, as an ideological attack. I think it's awful and bullshit and nonsense. I'm saying that the idea behind it in a hypothetical world where so many other factors were different. There's something to be said about it. I don't know, but I hate that that's a thing. Nobody should judge anybody for their gender expression, and it's not up to anybody else to say you're just doing this because it's a phase. That's not up to you. That's up to the person involved. And my experience has been that nobody who says they are nobody who says they're transgender is doing it because they want attention. Like, they're doing it because they need to. And that's the world that we live in today. And that's the fucking world that we have to. I shouldn't be talking about a hypothetical world because we don't live in that hypothetical world. So yeah. I saw something. Yeah, in-group, out-group stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of that. One of the things I've talked about on my podcast in the past is that there is some effort by the certain members of the LGB in the acronym to distance themselves from the T. And this is the result of basically now, like, traditionally gay people have more social cachet than they did before. And anybody that gets used to having a privileged space in society wants to hold on to that. And so there are people who like want to distance themselves from trans people because they don't want to be attached to the negative associations of trans people. So there's a lot of this in-group, out-group stuff that is just awful and disgusting and short-sighted. I don't know. Trans girl from Sweden here, 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. Wow. Well, thank you, Lost in Desolation. Thank you so much for tuning in at 4 a.m. and from Sweden. That's amazing. And yeah, like looking like a trend to outsiders. The thing with like trans trender is it's based on this idea that because there are more trans people today than there were random increment of time later, sorry, I should say more people identifying themselves as transgender today than there were yesterday. That's not a trend. It's the same way that like the number of people who are left-handed shot up once the idea of being left-handed was codified and popularized. It's not because being left-handed became more popular. It's because we had the language to describe a thing that we didn't have the language to describe before. So we have an entire generation of people who are like realizing that they're transgender. And as we define, or as we expand our definition of what it means to be transgender, more people feel compelled to come out and transition, because, you know, it used to be a very specific series of things, and now it's getting so much wider. And so, yeah, of course there's a lot more people coming out as trans because the definition is expanding. People have like, I don't know, it's ridiculous. It's just, honestly, it's just people from the outside who have a problem with folks feeling comfortable. I don't know. People like to feel superior. There's a lot of nonsense there. Middle of the night, but we ain't missing a one-on-one chat with Sarah. Oh, gosh, that's like, I can't believe there's so many people from other corners of the earth. Yes, Peyton Quinn, exactly. Like, the number of autistic people skyrocketed. Yeah, like it's because we have a better diagnostic criteria. There's more acceptance of the idea of autism being a thing that's got a spectrum. Like, it's the same. Yeah, people just don't understand how language works. Where am I from? I am in Oklahoma, in the United States, on planet Earth. Lucy, you're in Brazil. Good. Oh, you were the person who threatened to give some subtitles to this video. That's right. I've been looking at your avatar like, who's that Dave? Who is that Dave? I think my Homestuck books are blocked by my light. Yeah, they are. Yeah. One of the videos that I'm going to do this year is a video about Homestuck. I'm probably going to do it around April for reasons. And let me see if that's a thing that you want to do. Thank you so much. Gosh. I feel bad that it took me so long to transcribe the video. It wasn't it wasn't scripted, so I had to actually transcribe the whole thing. Whereas usually my videos are heavily scripted, so I can just drop the script into YouTube. Gosh, Wales, Vancouver, wow, the Philippines? Jeez, y'all. Yes, TJ Willis. Oh my gosh, TJ in the Mall is so good. Yeah, I've got it. It is right there. Yeah, I love that comic. Oh, Lucy. Wow, Australia? Wow. Oh my God, this was so weird. Justin, Florida. The corner of Missouri that's like 5 minutes away from Oklahoma. Wow. Actually, wow, there's a couple people from Ohio. I grew up in Ohio, actually. I was born in Oklahoma. I went to high school in Texas. I actually went to high school in the same town as May, although as May Leitz, although at a different time. She came a few years after me. We found out after we started talking more that we have some mutual friends, which is really weird. But I lived for like 8 years in Ohio. I lived in Lancaster, of all places. Gosh, South America, Argentina, Harlem, Vermont, y'all, Germany. Oh my gosh. CJ Willis, I backed her Kickstarter, so I have the 3 ending little comic, but I don't have the like intermission thing that was like a sex romp for Less Than Epic. I wish I missed that by like a day, and I'm sad that I didn't get it because it's like really from what I just love the comic and I want to spend more time with them, and like if there's some good sexy business going on in there, yeah. Oh gosh, Lucy, I'm sorry your mom lost her job. Please do not Whispergrass. Yes, that's what it's called. Please don't stress over doing like, subtitles for my video for free. Like that's, geez, like don't worry about it. I'm sorry that your mom lost her job. Y'all, we got to get back to these comments. I've done like 6 on being trans without dysphoria. So this is, we got to get back to these comments. Oh, look, a chat that I've got to address. Being trans without dysphoria. So this is a weird thing. With the video, I'm describing dysphoria in a big way, but I actually didn't realize it was dysphoria for a very long time. And I never described my experience as dysphoria, which is part of why it took me so long to come out. I'm 29, by the way, and it's been like a year and 4 months since I realized I was trans. And I am now like 7 months on HRT. But no, you don't need dysphoria to be transgender, and you don't need like suffering is not essential. Like blood is not compulsory. I like that phrase. But it's the problem is that we define transgender against like a cisgender experience, And when people don't fit that definition, they don't like understand themselves as trans. So it takes like expanding the definition. And yeah, exactly. Gender euphoria is just as clear an indicator as dysphoria. I agree. Feeling good is amazing. Yeah, and there's multiple kinds of dysphoria. It's complicated. The whole situation is complicated. My perspective is that there should never be gatekeepers. It's nobody's business if you say you're trans. And my perspective is that as somebody who has tried on a number of labels over the years, like trying to figure out what my deal is as a human being, if somebody comes out as trans and they feel really solid about it, and then like sometime later they realize it just doesn't work for them, that's fine. And if somebody, it's complicated. Identity is complicated. All of these things are really complicated. Lucy, I know this chat has like no delay. It's ridiculous. I've never experienced this before. But like, yeah, I just feel like there's no point in medicalizing it, like medicalizing a definition, because it's just, ultimately it's all going to come down to what a person says to you anyway. Like if there is this strict series of questions that one must answer, like a trans person, if they want hormones, they're just going to say what they need to say, and you have nothing as a doctor that you can do, like no objective measure that you can hold up against them to say like, no, you're actually wrong. Like there's no point to that whole process. So there should be no gatekeepers, and it's nobody else's business what you identify as. And a trans person is trans, like non-binary people are non-binary. Like it's my perspective on the whole thing is that it's up to you. Like it's your own identity. And yeah, cisgender alone was created to help define transgender. Exactly. And I like explaining the prefixes as a way to explain like what the deal is, because people say like, oh, cisgender is a slur, which is nonsense. It's like, well, no. If you're taking the flight from Florida to Manhattan, that would be a cis national flight because you're flying from one place to another within the same nation. Whereas if you're flying from Florida to Germany, that's a transnational flight. It's just prefixes. It's just Latin, y'all, as I spit on my camera. Yeah, there's no real harm in exploring labels. Yeah, it's just, yeah, the whole thing is just, it's complicated. And we don't need to complicate it more by making other people feel bad. That's my perspective on it. Hey, remember what this stream is about? Let's get back to that, huh? 101. Wow. That's a lot of people. 101 people. Good night. Okay. Oof. All right. Let's see. Adam Schlinker, you make it so abundantly clear with each new video that we give a shit about the wrong things as a society. Like, how can some people care so much about who other people want to be? Anyways, amazing video as always. Also, I think this really conceptualized the imperative of not dead naming someone for me as a cis person. I don't know if this video is for people like me, but it made an impact. These are some of my favorite. Ooh, 108. That's a good number. That is, I'm so sorry. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. Those are the lost numbers. You add them all together, you get 108. That's one of my favorite numbers. For that reason, and that reason alone, it's stupid. I'm obsessed with loss. Yeah. Anyway, what the fuck was I saying? Good God. Yeah. A number of people in these comments have expressed that this video helped, like cisgender people, that the video helped conceptualize them, conceptualize transgender experiences for them and like understand them in a way that they didn't before. And that to me is that wow, unbelievable to me. I can't believe that that's a thing, and I feel so amazing that people feel that way. Like that's the best compliment that I could get, besides helping trans people feel good. Lucy, thank you so much for coming in, and I hope things go well. Good luck with your training. I hope that you're good. So, yeah. Hey, Plums Luke, hello. New episode tomorrow. We answer your email tomorrow. BT dubs. So there you go. Okay. Good night, Lucy. Thank you so much. Dang. MeID. Dealing with heavy emotions in a video. I don't. My advice would be that you should be honest with yourself and try not to beat yourself up. Don't be afraid to be melodramatic, but it really just requires that you know yourself is the thing. Because what works for me isn't going to work for you as far as expressing strong, difficult emotions in a video. No other human being could have made this video, which is not me saying like this video is singular in this massive way. It's just that it's a thing that I made in a way that made sense to me. And you need to make it in a way that makes sense to you, basically. And that's my approach to like everything that I do. I try to think of what that thing needs generally. My gosh, excuse me. I ate like an entire bowl of popcorn right before the stream because it was like 30 minutes before and I realized I hadn't eaten and that I was about to start drinking wine and I needed some kind of like material in my stomach so that I didn't die drinking, because I know I'm gonna get more here in a second. But I got to get through some more of these comments. We've done less than 10 and this stream has been going like an hour. Okay, let's see. Delicious dinner meal. What a strong woman. Congrats. I have a long way to go with my transition too. Can't wait. James Heath. Hey, Sarah, I really like your channel. It sounds silly thinking about it, but seeing other trans people talk about the same things I've recently been through / still am going through feels comforting as much as it makes me want to hug the hell out of you. I hope things get easier for you because you really do deserve it. Well, thank you. And it's not silly. Part of what helped me come out as trans, was reading people's experiences that I aligned with. It was reading experiences that were a difference from the typical transgender narrative that I identified with. That was the whole point of me starting my podcast, was that I didn't find anything like what I wanted out in the world, so I made it, and people seem to find it good. Jay Short, do I still question myself? Yeah, frequently. I think everybody does to some extent, but it's hard. It's hard to explain. It's more like, I don't know. It's less like self-critical than it used to be, so much as it is just sort of like a fleeting thought that you have, or like, am I really trans? There are days when I feel like shit, and I'm like, am I really trans? But I mean, I'm 7 months HRT at this point. I haven't really like socially transitioned, but everybody calls me Sarah, and I've built this entire media empire on being trans, so of course I'm transgender now. You're all a bunch of dupes. I duped you. No, but yeah, I mean, everybody has thoughts, you know, everybody like finds themselves thinking stupid things sometimes, and you just gotta like say, well, that was just a thought, and then move past it. Simon Lee, have fun on your date, and thank you so much for Simon Lay, probably. Thank you so much for coming by. Insist on trying to shoot videos, owning yourself as an actor and director, so to make films, but find it hard. Tips, same tip as before, basically. Do like know yourself is basically the best tip I have. Know yourself. Know what your strengths are and what your weaknesses are. The dialogue exchange that I did in this video, I spent a lot of time on Good Sarah's reactions, trying to make them feel natural. And it was not easy. Almost all of the takes that I did were garbage. It took me forever, like repeating the lines that I said, which were mostly improvised, over and over and over again, and thinking about like the motivation of the character in the moment, until I got to a place where it felt natural. I'm still not terribly happy with my performance for a lot of those lines. I actually got in trouble. Apparently, there's I took a class on lighting ages ago, and we had to make a number of films, and college students are unreliable. So every time that my films just ended up collapsing, I just did it all myself and just retooled things for me. And the professor of that made a rule, named it after me, my dead name, saying that you cannot be your own subject in any of your own films, because that's just what I ended up doing in all of those. And so when it comes to making something that you're the director and the star of, you just got to know yourself, know your strengths, know your weaknesses, and play to your strengths as much as possible. Oh, Krishna Washburn. Yes, improvisation. I need to do more of it for these videos. I generally script everything down to the syllable, and this video is very freeing in that basically everything from the what I said to what I edited was improvised. It was very stream of consciousness, and it was like following a feeling. Making this video was Lynchian. I thought for a long time that me as a creator, that I was just wrong, like my intuitions, like the way that I wanted to do things was wrong. And then I discovered David Lynch, which actually only happened like a year and a half ago, when I finally started watching his, like a little closer to 2 years ago, I finally started David Lynch's stuff, including Twin Peaks. And once I found him and like started watching his films, I like, it was like suddenly discovering that the way that I wanted to do things was possible and good. So yeah, the making the video was like one of those things. Gosh, I've gotten distracted by so many different things. Develop a fashion sense. Hello, Bird. That's a good question. I don't think I have yet. I just have this nonsense on right now because I thought it was okay. This is literally the costume that I was going to wear for the video that I was supposed to shoot before this, and then messed up and couldn't. I don't know how you develop a fashion sense besides just fuck up until you get it right. I don't know. Dress what makes you feel well, and then refine that. I mean, it's puberty basically. Secret screening. I'm about to get more wine. Trust me. That's why I've got my glass chilling out. Yeah, I mean, like I said, I don't feel like mostly I just wear like t-shirts and jeans most of the time. So I'm not exactly like a fashionista. I have some stuff, but like all of this is stuff that I got secondhand. I've started actually shopping. There's a website called ThreadUp where you get like secondhand clothes there, and I don't know. I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna get more wine, and I'm gonna get back and fucking look at more of these comments. And I made sure to put my wine across the room so that I had to actually get up and go to it. Wine and gotta stay hydrated. Okay. Let's see. Delicious dinner meal. What a strong woman. Congrats. Oh, wait, no. Yeah, I already read that one. James Heath, yeah, I read that one. Yes, okay. Weasel J was crying all the way through this. Wishing you the best, Sarah. Let's see if I can pronounce his name. Vegard Fjeldberg. I believe that might be right. Y'all from Sweden can probably Fjeldberg. I assume that's Fjeldberg. Vegard Fjeldberg. This video needs an award. If you say so. 2 minute nude noodles. Okay. This is such a gritty and intense upload. After watching this, I feel like I have so much to think about, but nothing manifests itself. Coherent communication. Well, yeah. Vegard Fjeldberg again. First video I see from you. I like the ContraPoint style. The ContraPoints thing, there's, I don't know what to say about that besides the fact that Saya, I'm sorry, with the ContraPoint style. Oh no, okay, Bianca goes. I don't. This isn't me saying like I am like, oh, ContraPoint. I owe so much to Natalie Wynn. I honestly don't know how to go about kind of addressing that in any meaningful sense. Obviously, you know, joke about it all you want, but this video for sure takes a lot of influence from ContraPoints. I like her stuff. I mean, I did a video defending her. I have criticisms of her, but I have criticisms of everybody. I feel like in general, people are very quick to criticize people when they venture into complicated issues. But yeah, we she gave us permission to use lights. I had always intended to do that. I actually have a background in film lighting. You can see I have like this light stand here. I did grip electric for a couple of years in the Oklahoma film industry, which is a thing that exists. And I always wanted to do the lighting, but I just never let. I never got there. No, yes, Bianca Gonzalez. Absolutely criticize her. I criticize her all the time, but I feel like some people take it too far. But I guess if you don't like, whatever. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna go down that road, like dictate how people should feel about her. The point is, when it comes to like, there have been a number of ContraPoints comparisons with this video, and I mean, I literally the one joke in this video, the single solitary joke is the looks at the camera, like redoing the ContraPoints thing. Talks Machina. Well, thank you, Rowan Oscar. Have a good time checking out Talks Machina, whatever that is. I don't know. But yeah, no, I bring on the ContraPoints comparison, and it's kind of impossible to avoid for a number of reasons. There's just the fact that like my ContraPoints defense video has 100,000 views. The surge in my popularity, like my subscriber count went from like 800 to it was, I guess it would have been just like base 7,000 in the course of like 2 weeks, because ContraPoints did a thread defending that video, the aesthetic. It was very easily taken out of context and perhaps was not as well thought out as it should have been. So of course it just made the controversy worse. So she took that down, and then she retweeted my video, and it was the only thing that she had tweeted at all for like a full week, if not longer. So all of the traffic was sent from her Twitter to that video. And because I have a wide variety of things on my channel, I feel like that's why people spread out. And I actually gained a fair number of subscribers because views on all of my videos went up. But a lot of the success and like financial benefits that I've gotten from this, I owe to Natalie to an extent. And I don't know, it's weird, it's complicated. I don't know how to address it exactly, because I feel like I can't really say too much, because I don't know. I'm sure that there's more that I will say sometime down the line. Let's get back to it. Benjamin Hill, you go, Sarah, with 5 exclamation marks and an ASCII heart, but it's 3 arrows and 4 threes. Thanks. Spreading Revolution. So holy shit, this is the best video of 2018, and also hit me like a truck, especially when you talk about seeing Sarah but not quite being Sarah yet. I feel that daily, like I feel that daily, like in my mind's eye, I know what she looks like, and it's so close sometimes I feel like I'm her, but most of the time I'm just in limbo trying to swim towards her. Yeah. Sindri Mjolnir. Sindri Mjolnir. Thank you, Sarah. This video is masterful, and I'm just sitting here in awe. I have no idea what to say. I'll say this: I've saved this into my favorites because I want to watch it again. That's wild that people want to watch it again. But a lot of people have, I guess. So one thing I want to address real quick is that there's something kind of inherently self-aggrandizing about reading all these comments where people are like, "You did good, Sarah. Your video's real good." And the reason that I'm doing this, besides 3 times, good God, the reason why I'm doing this is that, first of all, if you've been listening to my podcast at all, you know that lately I've been on this thing about accepting compliments, and it's self-deprecating humor is harmful on yourself. And I think there's a difference between self-deprecation and being humble. And like, I'm not reading these as like a celebration of myself as like, wow, I'm such a genius or whatever the fuck. It's just that I do feel very proud of this video, and I'm really happy that people like it. But the other part is that so many people were moved by this, and I want to read this. I want to read their comments as a way of like thanking them for being so affected and like putting them a little bit on the stage. I don't know. Let's see. Also, if anybody knows that I mispronounced any of these names, please let me know in some way. I don't like to joke about the pronunciation of names. I try very hard to get those right. I actually got a compliment in my Yanni's Ghost video because the name Siobhan is spelled Siobhan, and because it's Irish. And my friend Molly, who actually did the music for In Transition, she was surprised that I got it right. And I said, well, yeah, I looked it up because obviously chances are this name is not pronounced the way that I think it is. So I take that all very seriously, as much as I can. Okay, Nick B. So this is a quotation of me. This is a quotation of May. When I think about transitioning, I don't think I transitioned to stop myself from killing myself. I transitioned to stop myself from being somewhere else. I transitioned because I couldn't not. It's an unstoppable force of knowledge, of knowing this is you. I had to resist so hard to just read that in the exact cadence that she delivers that line in the video because I know it by heart. I've put so much time into that specific section. I can never put into words why I chose to fuck up my family, alienate my mother, and live my life as an unattractive man instead of a beautiful woman. This is it. Being trans feels like the ultimate experience of isolation in you, both Sarah and May. Being out is helping at least one lonely trans kid. Despite the pain being trans has caused me, I'm so much more grateful to be living as myself than as a shitty mannequin of who I am, and I'm happy I'm not alone while I do it. Oh, gosh. Didn't fuck up your family. Like, they fucked you up. That's my thought there. Nia V just said gamer, and my response to that was, "Don't you put that curse on me?" And then they responded with like a cry face, and then also responded, "All seriousness, though, this is a very important video." So, okay, good comment, good compliment. Okay, no body. I can't tell you how much this video means to me right now. I'm a little doubtful that I'll see anything as important this year. It's brilliant just as an art piece, the way the frame works with the rest of the parallel notion, with the way the frame works with the rest to parallel the notion of deconstructing oneself. A close-up sequence at the end, creating the strongest possible sympathy. I couldn't help but mirror the exact expressions. The cinematic effects and how they detract nothing from the overall candor, but instead enhanced it. And this is to say nothing of the actual message, of which I can only say that it is something that needed to be said, is relevant, important to so many of us. I couldn't have been said better. Gosh, those are all the things that I hoped people would say. So that's good. And I want to say about that last close-up shot where I stare at the camera and then I start laughing and I turn off the red light and I open the window and then I start like laughing and then crying. That shot was one of the earliest things that I filmed for this video. And it was literally, I was messing around with lights for a shot. And I thought it looked kind of cool that I had the red light on and I didn't have any of my other lights on. So I was just like, yeah, I'll just walk around menacingly. I'm sure I'll be able to use that. A lot of the shots in the video were done that way where I was looking at the lighting. I'm like, oh, I could mess around with this. Trying to set up a shot and not being able to get the light to work, but seeing goodness. Seeing the way that the lights worked, I just improvised with weird like movements and things. So that shot of me like staring at the camera, I like got close up to it and I focused it, and I was just sort of like, I'm gonna stare menacingly at the camera in this red light. That'll be fun. And I did that for a while, and then I just started kind of laughing, and I felt this weird wave of emotion. And I just kind of started writing, and that whole thing just kind of happened. The turning off the light, opening the window, coming back. I wasn't planned. That was just a thing that happened. And I knew as soon as it was over that was going to be like the heart of the video. And it was one of the earliest things that I shot before I had any idea of a lot of what the rest of the video was going to be. Eli Nilsson, thank you so much for coming in, and it's night where I am. It is 9:21. Cunado, the popcorn is fine, and I actually feel great. That's all that I have to say about that, I guess. I don't know. Nothing about this. Adam W. This is incredible. It opened my mind to concepts and feelings and struggles my little cis mind had never even considered. Really, thank you for making this. I really appreciate comments from cis people saying that this helped them understand things. It takes a lot for somebody to admit that they're wrong or admit that they were misinformed and like adjust their perspective in some way. So I'm always happy when people admit that in the comments. Let's see. Mycin Orb. This hit me like a truck, and I'm so thankful for it. 0G, 0C, 0B0. Is that a, no, that's one, I guess that would just be Ogokobo. I'm trying to it seemed like that was a number code. Can't remember what it's called now for color in HTML, but it's one digit too short. I'd love to see a conversation between Sarah and Natalie Wynn. I guess, yeah. I recorded an episode of the podcast that's going to be coming out next week. That's a conversation with a cool artist who is a trans man. Transmasculine, non-binary person. I apologize. And I really enjoyed that conversation. And I find myself thinking like, I would love to talk to Natalie because like I said earlier, I owe her a lot and I would love to talk about like her process. And I'm still kind of skeptical of the idea that she does everything by herself, especially these days. But I just want to hear what her, I don't know, just, whatever. But like, the thing is, I mean, she's gotten so much coverage, like nationwide. As far as that conversation goes, it would be more for me, like the promotion of my stuff than it would be for anything. And if I were to have a conversation with her that was like public facing in any way, I would want to do it about something she never talks about because that's what I'm interested in. Like, I don't like having people on the show and then just being like, so you're known for this thing. Let's just talk about that because that's boring, you know? And I don't know. It would be fun to talk to her, but I don't know if I would want to do it on like a public facing thing just because I would rather spend most of my time talking to people that nobody's ever heard of who they're going to be talking about in a few years. That's more what I'm interested in. Okay, let's see. I'm not going to weigh in on that discourse. Read whether socialism will make games better. I don't know. Well, actually, the video that I was supposed to shoot earlier today does kind of weigh in a little bit on that. And the answer is, I guess, yes. I don't know. Okay, back to this. Evan L. Fuck, I need to stop watching these kinds of videos when I'm dysphoric. And I'm sorry that implies that you had sort of a negative effect. And I apologize. I'm sorry. Tom says, I'm at a loss for words. I've never felt this personally touched by a YouTube video before. I'm a trans person from a small country next to Russia and often catch myself avoiding videos, news, etc. regarding transitioning and trans issues. I do this out of fear. The fear of being found out, I suppose. Growing up, I thought that if I isolated myself from other trans individuals, I would somehow be safe from the oppression and hardships that we face. And even after all these years, that idea is still buried somewhere in my unconscious mind. That's why I almost didn't click on this video, but I'm incredibly glad that I did, since you made me realize that the isolation only makes me more vulnerable. You have inspired and empowered me with your words and given me an immense amount of strength, and thank you for that. Oof, holy shit, that's a lot. Trans Salamander, this video really resonated with me. My dad died of cancer in 2001, 15 years before I found the strength to come out. He'll never know that I'm a girl, and I hate how that feels. I can transition, I can change, but he can't, so to speak. I definitely know how that feels like. I've been out as trans for 2.3 years, and I've been on HRT for just over 1.5 years. I don't know what post-transition feels like. Sometimes I think it's right now, sometimes I think it's after the mythical 3 years on HRT, when supposedly the changes stop for most people, and sometimes I think that post-transition never really happens. I guess I just want you to know that you're not alone in feeling any of this. You probably know that, but it probably helps to hear it said one more time. And yeah, it always helps. If there's a thing on your mind that you want to say that's positive or encouraging, or just saying like, I feel less alone because of you, never hesitate to say that to any artist. I feel like I don't think there's any artist on earth who doesn't like receiving compliments or praise for their stuff in any way, or even just saying like your work affected me in some sense. Like, never, ever, ever apologize for feeling that way, and never hesitate saying those things, because artists are, all of them, every single one is riddled with the imposter syndrome. Everybody feels like they're full of shit and that they're imposters, that they're making it up. So hearing people say that your work affected people, it does help, so yeah. All right. Damien exists. This video is not only self-aware, trans, unique, fourth wall breaking, and editing masterpiece, creative as hell. I could go on. Sarah, I wish you the best of luck with everything. I'm definitely subscribing. I especially loved the scene where you and the present are talking to Sarah on the TV. Yeah, I'm relatively proud of that sequence, sort of. I mean, it's actually kind of the one that I wish that I'd put more work into, but whatever. Defunct account. I've always thought honesty was the most beautiful thing, and with this work, you truly tapped into that. I wish you success upon all your further endeavors, and I thank you for creating something so beautiful. Rin Stern. Wonderful editing. Didn't plan on watching the whole thing because I thought it's just another LGBT person talking about transition, but this is so much more and hit too close to home. Watched the whole thing, loved it. Can't say that I love your tone there, but thank you anyway. Have you stopped? I need to get a new bulb, new globe. Ugh, my group friends would be so mad at me for saying bulb instead of, or saying bulb instead of globe. Let's see. This thing over here is a Bluetooth color change LED, and I've got it set on a. There we go. Now it's doing it again. But it's very old, and it kind of just stops working after a while. So I just kind of have to remind it to keep doing the thing that it is doing. Jade Short asks, do I think artists create because they are in pain, or people are artists because they are in pain? I think artists create because they feel compelled to do so. And I think that is just a natural human thing. I kind of am of the opinion that anything made by human people or perceived by them within a specific context is art. And pain is certainly an attribute, but we mythologize and enshrine the idea of the suffering artist. But just about any artist will tell you that like their art is best when they're not suffering, when they're actually being healthy. And That's true of me. This video that I made, like I said earlier, is the result of a lot of introspection and months of me working through my shit. I could not have made this 7 months ago when I was still kind of in the middle of it, you know? Your art gets better when you're not suffering. And you use that as fuel for your art sometimes, but it is not a requisite. Blood isn't mandatory, again. I don't know, that whole like discourse about the suffering artist, like alcoholism, like there's the misquote of Hemingway that you write drunk and you edit sober. That quote, as far as I know, is just a complete falsehood, and he actually didn't write while he was drunk. So that whole idea is nonsense. Are they gay? Says, I love hearing Sarah speak. Aw, thank you. All your stand-up comes from how you describe life experiences to therapists, humor. Yeah, I can kind of get that for sure. I've done that for some of my therapists. Let's see. Where are we? Oh. Yeah. Is that right? Did I know? Such beautiful woman views between the. No, I didn't. Okay, Naface says, such a beautiful, well-made video. I can draw interesting parallels between this and my own struggles with body image and disordered eating. Self-hate is a common denominator for a lot of things. You navigated an extremely vulnerable topic with such delicate skill and tact. Bravo. You shifted my perspective to someplace with a little more clarity. Be Adderall. As a cis person, this video helped. I've, of course, got a good understanding of dysphoria to an extent because I've been dating a trans man for almost a year, and he knows he can always come to me. But I guess I hadn't really realized how deep this vein can run. The feelings of not knowing who you are or even what you are something I haven't experienced to this extent, and this video helps me understand. This video, the way you present it, can be seen more as more of a vent than anything, but it helps me. It helps me help you guys. I wish I had some real way I could help every single person struggling through this feel the whole that that's their journey. My boyfriend has his journey. My trans friends have their journeys. I just hope I can help them now that I have a much deeper understanding, even if that help is just telling him I love him or buying him some cool dude pants. I've been learning a lot about trans issues the past few weeks, and this video is one of the absolute most powerful ones. I feel like this video was made for a lot of people. I'm sure a lot of it was definitely for you, Sarah, and a lot of it was made for trans people to feel less alone. And I don't even know if you had any intention of it reaching some misinformed ally, but it did, and it helps. Keep making great content and don't let shit weigh you down. Live to your fullest self, no matter who or what that may be. That's a good comment. All right, that's a good comment right there. Oh my gosh, Peyton Quinn. Video helped your partner understand you, and he's asking questions you never thought. That's amazing. Oh my gosh. God, that's amazing. Whoop. Almost had a wine spill there. Okay, let's see. What was I? All right. Why not? Yeah, a little bit. Angela Lauder. Sarah, this was an amazing video. There is so much emotion and realness here that it's incredible. You're so much braver than I can ever be. The part where you go back through your childhood photos really resonated with me. I asked my mom if she knew I was trans or if she ever thought I was feminine as a child, and she said that she never did. But how can she say that when I know I was so unhappy as a kid? I would play video games just to burn time because I thought that things would get better with age. And then, of course, puberty just made everything so much worse. Same. But is this really how it happened, or is it just a narrative I've written for myself? You said that we change our memories every time we revisit them, and that's so true. I know I made the right choice when I decided to transition. It's what works best for me, and the friends that I've made and the experiences I've had have been wonderful, and it could have only happened this way. But then I'm questioning the realness of everything. I haven't told anyone else this, but even though I pass and everyone uses the correct pronouns for me and everything is great, I still don't use female pronouns for myself. For as long as I can remember, I've used gender neutral pronouns when referring to myself. Does this mean I might be non-binary, or maybe it just means I need more time? Anyways, thanks for the amazing video, and I think your hair looks cute in the credits. That's a really moving comment. And I actually replied to this one. Kinano, thank you so much, and have a good night. And I promise that I am actually working on the thing for the like collaborative video. I've got bits and pieces. I've been so busy that I haven't really been able to like throw any of my notes into the text document. So I'm sorry about that, but it is in my brain, I promise. I replied to this previous comment with, what's wonderful about gender is that there are no police to arrest you if your labels are wrong. If you think you might be non-binary, try it on. Ask people to use they, them. If it makes you feel awkward and weird, then it's not a good fit. But if it makes you feel better, now you're a little closer to yourself in the world. It's okay to be unsure and to not know things and to misidentify your feelings. Anyone who expects you to get it right all the time clearly hasn't done enough introspection of their own. Before I realized I was trans, I thought I was bi, gay, asexual. I kept wanting to attribute my difficulties living in the world to how I interacted with other people, but then I realized it was a disharmony in myself that was the issue. But all those previous missteps were necessary to get where I am today because they were part of the questioning process. So try it on, see how it feels. You have nothing to lose, and I stand by that. I have a Harlequin, should probably go. Finally got a day off work tomorrow, and I'm gonna spend that asleep. Thank you so much for coming by. I hope you have a good sleep. It's 9:40 where I am. I'm good. My eyes look a little bloodshot. God, this chair is so squeaky. My eyes feel a little bloodshot. All right. Oh gosh, this comment though. This is one of the ones I remember. This is from Harrison Dorn. From an ex Sarah. Thank you, Sarah. My name is just No Sarah, spelled backwards, by the way. So creative. I loved that. Like as soon as I read that, oh, Harrison, No Sarah. That's great. Okay. It's nice to hear from someone else who feels in the middle. All the trans people I know are passing and can be stealth when they want to, and I'm here looking like an 11-year-old boy who wore his grandpa's button down to the wedding. Not to say you look like that, but just feeling that sense of awkwardness. Tomorrow I'm going to schedule an appointment at the clinic to be prescribed testosterone. You convinced me to get off my ass about it. I mean, I've wanted to be on hormones as long as I knew they were a possibility, just ran into a lot of the things you described in your video. Keep making videos like this, please. It's not about how bisexual your lighting is. It's about how important and necessary it is to show that trans people are people and not trauma-induced lunatics. Keep up the ContraPoints 5, though. It's fabulous. The idea that this video convinced people to like start HRT is like the most overwhelming thing that I could ever fucking feel from anything. It's like that's the best compliment I could ever receive, and I cannot believe it affects people that much. I'm so honored. I'm so happy that something that I made could help people at all in that regard. Let's see. Grace Oliver. Thank you. I cried for the majority of the video because I've never heard anyone talk about this before. Never, ever. Related to every single thing that you brought up. I'm right in the beginning of my transition, and I'm so afraid to move forward because it's just so much responsibility and emotional weight that none of my friends or family understand. All cis. Yeah. Sometimes I want to go back to not caring about whether or not I died, but I have to keep forcing myself forward for the other person in the fog. Thank you so much. I hope 2019 has good things in store for you. This is wonderful. I replied to that. 2019 does have good things in store for you because you'll make sure it does. Stay strong. You've got this. Crimson Sage. Hi, Sarah. I'm Cleo. Let's say hello to 2019. My heart is on the floor. So much love, Sarah. I'm on my journey too. Quinn Hartman. Thank you so much for this video. As someone currently working through and making sense of their transition, I related deeply to the pain, the self-doubt, and the confusion you expressed. Excuse me. I have said some of the very same things to myself over and over again. I'm working on finding solace and self-discovery, and this helped tremendously. It's been hard to find folks with similar experiences and similar inner monologues to my own. I really needed this, and I didn't even know it. Sad tears, but happy tears too. Thank you, heart. Oh my goodness. Yeah. The thing is, a lot of people probably have inner monologues that are very similar to the ones that you've got going on. They just don't talk about it. A lot of people feel like they can't talk about it. And they should. Okay, I am going to go to the bathroom real quick, y'all. 66 of y'all. I'm going to be right back. Okay. Hello, everybody. Oh, thank you. Yep, nice little crunch. And water. Almost. I was feeling a little dehydrated, so I went and drank some pickle juice and got a pickle. If you're on Spiro, as I am, you get used to pickles and pickle juice. So, yeah. Okay. Yes. Kosea, pickle juice thing does actually work because it's saline. Anything that is high in sodium, food or water, will help you retain water and make you feel less dehydrated. Pickle juice is just good because it's cheap. It's already there. Pickles are also high in sodium. And it's just really easy because it's basically just that because Spiro is a diuretic, makes you urinate more, your body goes through more more fluids, you dehydrate faster, and that has everything to do with salt. So basically, you just have to keep your salt up, and yeah, basically that's what it is. It's just salty liquid. We get off Spiro. Hey, if somebody wants to pay to have a doctor cut my balls off, like, we'll do that. But Spiro is what I got. Okay, I'm in Oklahoma. Yeah, America is not great for medicine and healthcare in general, but I mean, yeah, take what you can get, right? Aw. Krishna Washburn, again, happy birthday. Thank you so much for participating, and have fun having a book about animals read to you by a handsome man. Well, you're welcome. I hope that you weren't too sad, but I'm glad that I could help. Sorry if your day wasn't super great, but yeah, I'm glad I could help in whatever way I could. Yeah, insurance is garbage and terrible. I ain't got it. I can't afford it. I have, like, my student insurance is almost expired. I got my meds a few days ago. I need to get one more prescription filled before next Monday, probably, because that's when school starts and that's when my student insurance runs out. Jay Short, it's called Sad Stream because I'm reading the comments on my transitioning video. I know it doesn't seem like I'm doing that now, and statistically I have not spent the majority of the video of the stream doing that, but that's sort of the goal, but it's just turned into conversation more than anything. I don't know. Thank you, Emma. What do I think of people who decide to transition in their early teens? Good. I'm glad that they could do that. I wish I could have done that. What's my major? Oh, my major is that film and media studies. So I mean, that should be that's yeah, that's my forte is reading film. But I also spent a lot of time in film production, worked on a lot of sets, actually worked as far as things that you would have like heard of production wise. The biggest one is that I worked a single day on American Gods. My roommate at the time worked like the entire time that it was in Oklahoma, which was a lot of the first half of the first season. I was a last second person that they brought in. But I've also worked a bunch on this reality show called Street Outlaws. But anyway, no, my major is film media studies, and I spent a lot of time working in film. So that's sort of my area of expertise, you know. What was it? There was a comment. That's it. Omit5 asked if I like Sonic the Hedgehog. It was my favorite Sonic character. Just going right for it. Okay, mine is Shadow. Well, I mean, Shadow's got some good things going for him. As a video game franchise, I don't like Sonic. I'm not a fan. I apologize, but I don't think that they're very good video games. But I played the hell out of Sonic Adventure 2, and as someone who would describe herself as furry adjacent, I certainly have some thoughts about the wonderful furry mascots of the Sonic the Hedgehog franchise. Favorite, I mean, I really like Tails. Tails is super cute. He's just like a charming little dude. I always like characters who are engineers. They're just fun. They're just fun. They're fun. Mila, someone record furry adjacent. This isn't like Melita's stream where I tricked her into saying she's a furry. I do not. I feel no shame for my furry adjacency. It's part of my life. You're welcome for my take, Omit5, about Sonic lore. Do I have anything Sonic based? I don't. I do not. I have a Pikachu amiibo. They fight in Smash Brothers, so that's kind of. Oh, thank you, Sabrina Liggett. Furry agency. I tried to say adjacency, as in I describe myself as furry adjacent. Deadpool amiibo. Yeah. I would be afraid to see what its functionality is in any given video game. It's just a regular one. Yeah. I actually found the Detective Pikachu amiibo at a GameStop when I was studying abroad this summer in Italy, but there's no way I could fit that in my bag. But yeah, no, I actually found this at Target a few days ago, and I did not have the money to spare for it, but I saw this one lone Pikachu amiibo, and my immediate thought was that this is just, I have this now. This beautiful Pikachu child is on my shelf. I imagine so. My favorites of the amiibo that I have. Where were you? Where did I have you? Oh, yeah, I have you right here. My favorites are, I have the Guardian, which is really fun. I love his posable arms. I've got Wedding Bowser. His his suit looks so good. And then I've got Marina and Pearl from Splatoon 2. There's actually the one of the final shots of the transition video right before it cuts to the close-up of me when I'm sort of like in the background. There's a part where I pick up a thing and sort of like look at it all contemplatively. It's this amiibo. So yeah, I love Splatoon, by the way. I also have the Squidling amiibo, the 3-pack, and I pre-ordered the Shovel Knight 3-pack that has Plague Knight, Spectre Knight, King Knight, and I have Shovel Knight back there on the shelf somewhere. I am bad about collecting things. I resisted amiibos for a very long time, and then found this motherfucker real cheap somewhere online. And I knew as soon as I got it, like, okay, well, the door's been kicked open, and I'm just going to buy amiibo now. And so I try to keep it to the ones that I think are like cool, or that I like Pikachu. Get you back in your proper positions. Which way? There you are. Bowser is. Where do I have you? What's the? Where? Hold on. I have you with Shovel Knight, don't I? Where do I put you? You were here. There we go. That's right. And then y'all were here. And yeah, I saw somebody saying, reminding them of their Homestuck roots. I mean, here's Jade Harley with her big gun. And then I forgot, I also have Blue Yarn Yoshi, which is really cute. But I also have the first 3 Homestuck books, which are the only ones that are out. So I am, yeah. There will actually be a video about Homestuck coming out this year, probably in April, for probably obvious reasons for anybody who has read Homestuck. Is there anything else I want to show off since I'm here? I've got the Super Mario cereal that is an amiibo. So yeah, I mean, there you go. And yeah, I love that space Witch of Space shirt. It's like the Jade Harley costume pack. It also has like the hood with the fur ears. I have it back here somewhere, but I don't want to dig it out. I almost wore the hood in the video actually when I recorded that last bit, but that felt a little bit on the nose. No, Jade's like my transition goal is actually to be able to cosplay as Dog Tier Jade. That's my sort of feeling. When did I first get into Homestuck? Oh no, we're doing it now. We're doing it, man. We're making it happen. I actually was. It's a little bit complicated in that I used to read Problem Sleuth back when it was a thing, like when it was going on, and then I tried reading. I started it when it started, but then I didn't get into it, I guess. And I tried to read it a number of times over the years, and I didn't get into it. And then a friend of mine basically got really into it and was like, "You have to read this." So I finally did, and I read at that point, the whole thing. It had finished. This was a little over a year ago. where's it? I can't. My sense of time is busted. The last couple of years have been a nonsense mess. Excuse me, but it hasn't been that long. I finished reading Homestuck after Act 7 came out, so that kind of tells you my perspective. And yeah, Homestuck started a long time ago. Oh no, gave her a black t-shirt with a white background JPEG of Eridan on it. That's the perfect Homestuck gift for a person who likes Eridan, who he's a piece of shit. And he is pro-genocide. Fuck that guy. He deserved to die. He's a fucking Harry Potter fan. Ugh. That'll be the thing that gets taken out of context as like the black mark on my reputation. I told you, dog. Yeah, Napita deserved better. Yeah, glad there are some Homestuck fans in the chat. Yeah, she way deserved better. Dear, sweet, pure, wonderful Napita. So the video that I'm going to do about Homestuck is basically why you should read Homestuck, because I feel like for as ardent as the fan base is, it doesn't do a great job of communicating why the comic is worth somebody's time, and it's very insular. So I want to do a video basically saying this is what the story is and here's what its basic appeal is as a narrative, and then say like if that's not good enough for you, if that doesn't grab your attention, here are like 4 or 5 things about Homestuck that are why it is a story that I love. So that's kind of the idea of that video, and I'm going to try to have it out by 4/13, which is the 10-year anniversary of Homestuck's premiere, and the point at which a lot of people are speculating that they are that Andrew Hussie is going to release some post-canon content. So it'd be nice to capitalize on that. Amanda Flores, it's a tough read, and especially if you don't like reading its stuff. I actually can get that. I have a hard time. I have a hard time making myself read. I learned to read at a very late age, actually. So I don't read as much as I wish that I did, but I've never been able to shed the sort of like tedium that is there. Martin S. Or sorry, no. Willow Shade 101. Sorry. The art style kind of puts you off. I will say that the art style evolves of Homestuck as time goes on. It gets a lot better, and it gets a lot more expressive. I agree that like the first 3 acts of Homestuck, which are the first probably 700 pages, which sounds like a lot, but it's an 8,000-page story. And at that point, the art style really starts getting really good. Let's see. You can start reading at Act 5 to get into it. Oh my god. I don't know. The thing about Homestuck is that I compare it to Lost a lot because, of course, I do. It introduces ideas very early on, and then it slowly builds on those ideas. So there are, by the time you get to the middle of Act 5, there are so many different things that are going on that you can only understand because of the context that you have from earlier on. There were so many different ideas and like running gags. And I mean, Act 5 is what, like a full half of the story, if not more. So, oh wait, no, Act 5 on. That would be like geez, 3/4 of the story, wouldn't it? Because I know Act 6 is like 4,000 pages of the 8,000 total pages. One of my favorite things describing Homestuck to people who have never read it is the fact that it's like, oh, it's a 7-act structure. The first 4 acts are like the first 1,000 pages, and then the rest is like like Act 5 is another 500, 600. I can't remember how many pages it is. And then Act 6 is like that half, fully half. And then Act 7 is just a single video. It's wild. Quarterbard, Act 5 is a little overrated. Act 5 is the trolls, right? Act 5 is I enjoyed it a lot just because it's MeID. Oh yeah, our wonderful president has his border wall speech, don't he? Good night. Yeah. Peyton Quinn, I get that. It's tough. It's a tough read. It picks up. I don't know. This is why I want to do this video. Is that it's one of those things where it's like this is what you can do to like work through it. I don't know. Reading Homestuck in the recently released hardback books has actually helped me kind of reappreciate the early parts of the story. Yeah, no, I mean, what's his, why am I not Snow? Why am I blanking? You know what? Let's get back to the, yeah, I mean, Roy's interactions are great. Roxy is my personal favorite generally. Oh yeah, the Let's Read Homestuck. I've never been able to get into that, but partially because I read it already. David Pita is a egg crack for being a closeted trans. That's super interesting. I would say that the troll shipping grid was actually a big thing for me personally, because I had never seen codified like different kinds of interpersonal relationships on the same level as like a romantic relationship. And that was a big step for me in terms of understanding how people relate to each other, weirdly enough. It's part of the reasons that I really like it. It's one of the things I would talk about in this video. I'm going to get back to reading these comments so that we can get to some of the ones that I might start skipping through to get to the ones that I really like. Yeah, the thing is, oh, okay, the female, okay, that's why I was confused, Saya, is I was trying to think of Doc Scratch is who I was thinking of because of the 0, but no, it is Snowman is the name. Yes. Yeah. I know who, yeah, okay. I don't know why I blanked on that because I've just finished reading that intermission. Anyway. I'm going to start skipping through these a bit. From Eric Jackman, there are so many things that the world is wanting me to be right now. That's a quotation from me. I'm not a trans person, and I try my best to understand why and how people come into their own identity. All I want is for everybody to experience the wholesome life they desire at some point. Life is filled with ups and downs, and unfortunately, the architects of life built some people's roller coasters with more downs. Take care of yourself. I feel like I wanted to comment on this one and I didn't. The thing is, I've used the Viking roller coaster analogy for my own life, but hello, Burb. Sorry. Okay. Super chat. I actually fucking I've been thinking about doing like enabling monetization on my videos for a while now, and I kept forgetting. It was literally today that I went through and like did the AdSense activation, but they have to go through an approval process. It could take up to like a month apparently. So maybe by the next stream, I'll be able to do super chat stuff, which would be super cool. I feel like this would have been a good one because probably won't get this kind of traction for future streams when I'm just doing whatever. I don't know. Maybe people are here for me. I don't know. Yeah, snow is really cool. Okay, let's see. Yeah, it is Passion Pop Socialist. We still going strong. I just finished my second glass of wine. Where was I? Yeah, I wanted to reply to this comment, but I didn't because I didn't have nice things to say necessarily. I don't like it when people say stuff like, life is filled with ups and downs, and unfortunately, the architects of life built some people's roller coasters with more downs. I fundamentally disagree with that. I kind of expressed that a bit in the video, this idea that like things didn't have to be here for that. Or sorry, I read half of a comment and then my brain mixed them up. Things didn't have to be this way. Like when you've had a shitty life, that wasn't destiny. It's just how things happened, but it's not how things were meant to be, and it's not the only way things could have been. So the idea that my life was built with more downs as a roller coaster is nonsense. And one of the things that I said in one of the takes for the video that didn't make it into the video is how frustrated I am with a lot of my family who, after my mom's death, would constantly tell me, this is hardest for you. Like, this is harder for you than it is for any of us because we're adults and we have our own lives and we have families and kids and stuff. And they said this from a place of good intentions, from a place of like, I want you to feel validated in your grief and your sense of loss, and that you're not alone, and like we understand how you feel, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, it's condescending, and it's a thing that some of my family still says to me to this day, and it's like, that's not helpful. That doesn't make me feel better. All that does is say like, this huge life event only matters to me, and that any attempt I make at like having a conversation about it is just going to fall on deaf ears because you don't understand it. Like, you're just telling me that you don't understand what I'm going through and that I can't relate to you. It's just really bad. Yeah, Amanda Flores, yeah, like this bad thing that happened to you is actually good because you learned from it. Yeah, May touched on that a little bit in the video, and it's something that I tried to make sure didn't come across as saying like, be glad when bad things happen to you because it makes you a better person. Because I do believe like the person that I am today, I wouldn't be this without the shit that I've been through. I mean, that's like the entire crux of the confrontation between good Sarah and bad Sarah. But it's different when it's coming from yourself, I guess, but it's also, I'm not saying that like it's a good thing. I would never say that to another person. I would never tell somebody that like, oh yeah, this horrible trauma that you've been through is good actually because you got to learn from it. That's a terrible thing to tell another human being. It's bad. That's real bad. It's not a great thing. So, Quarter Bard, have a good night. Thank you so much for coming by. I'm glad you enjoy my stuff. I hope that I'll have more stuff that is enjoyable for you in the near future. So, yeah, have a good time, right? Okay, let's see what else we got here. Soup hands. Hey, I just wanted to say this is really powerful. To share something so raw and real and vulnerable in this way is incredible. As a trans person who's non-binary, I can so relate to being stuck in an in-between. For me, there is nothing to pass as. There is no perfect middle I can achieve. While we have different experiences, you voiced so many feelings that I also had and have. You put words to formless and tangled emotions in ways that give them a definitive shape. Thank you for this. Thank you for sharing your life. Thank you for proving us folks wrong when we think I'm the only one. God, that's the thing that I want to make people feel is they're not alone. Um, so these are some challenging comments from the same person. Seeing It Queen says, "Oh my God, the pictures. What I mean by the pictures is my closet in the spare room is filled to the brim with childhood pictures that I have to tear through to find a girl that I can relate to. When I did start realizing, I felt more comfortable and close with the men tag. I don't know what I'd see in that big bucket of 5x7s, but I'm not sure if I'd cry of sadness or happiness. Thank you, Sarah." And she also said, or they also said, "This life is uncomfortable and I'm afraid, and this is relatable, and I feel sick. And I'm afraid that these feelings are a phase because so many of my feelings have been a phase in my life before. I don't want to be a woman anymore, do I?" And my response to that was, my experience has been that cis people don't tend to question their gender too often. Unfortunately, there is no checklist that will prove to you that you're trans. You just have to go with your gut. It's scary as all hell, but also speaking from experience, it is very worth it. And they replied to that with a heart. TSG Frank, all right, I'm not a trans person, but I still watched the video in its entirety because through its editing, your voice, your thoughts, and emotions, I was captivated. I feel like I've just seen an incredible movie, a wonderful, real display of self. And even though I will probably never quite fully connect with your experiences, I was still filled with ideas and engaged. You made me want to understand you as much as I could. It felt like a trip, and now I don't know where I was brought to, but it was amazing all the way through. So really, I don't know what to say except good work. I think that you've truly done something great, and that you are amazing for doing it. I have to think more about this. Then a list of entities says, "I love your Jade Harley figurine and the space T-shirt. You should do a video on Homestuck." Yeah. Huh. Your boyfriend just frantically texted on 3 programs asking if you're okay. That's weird. Lesson distillation. Gosh, baked cookies, espresso sounds delicious. It's wonderful. Like, are you okay? Oh, that's so funny. That's a weird thing. I'm gonna delete. I'm gonna delete that. That's a bizarre thing that just happened. Someone just hacked my Gmail, so here's the IP. Okay. Thank you, Daniela. I like the pretty lights too. Yeah, queer culture is bringing chokers back into style. Let's see what else we got here. Maria Potapova cried real bad. It has been 2 years since I fully accepted my trans partner, and I'm doing everything I can to help him out. But I live with the hard memories of how I didn't support him in the past as I was selfish and uneducated. If only I had seen such a video when I was younger. Thank you so, so much. Fuck. Gosh, that's amazing. And sad. Oh, Seabull, if you keep doing this, I'm gonna just block you on this chat. Like, that's weird. I don't know what the deal is. Secret Screening, thank you so much for showing up. I hope you have a good night. I'm gonna try to find. Oh, have I seen these? Oh, this is interesting. Oh, there are responses here that I haven't seen. Interesting. This is from Trolls Need Hugs. Before FTM transition, I didn't feel like a real person. I was just an act. Now I feel so much more authentic, like the real me. I didn't feel like a female before, and I don't feel like a male now. I feel like me, though, and I like me. I was dead before, and so suicide seemed easier than it does now, because now there is more of a person to die. And then Aristotle Quintana responds, same. When I was a kid, I just imagined everything was a book. I was in a book, and one day I would stop reading this book. And when I imagined this, I would see an older version of myself, but male. Later, when I was in second grade, someone called me a name, and that was the first time I thought about suicide, although I didn't think that actually killing myself. I just thought about it not existing anymore. I was miserable, and to this day, I feel as if I'm in a dream, and one day I'll wake up, or maybe not at all. I'm still pre-transition, even though I came out. I hope I can in the near future. I hope you can too. Gosh. Then Erica Telford responded, same here. I constantly felt like I somehow didn't exist, and I wasn't present for any of my life. For all I knew, I was just put on Earth that moment with some vague memories implanted in my head. I'd never really experienced any part of my life, just seen it in third person. Nowadays, after almost 2 years of HRT and almost a year of being out as a trans woman, I feel present, and it feels so good. That's so good to hear. Oh my gosh, Mr. Gullible. Hey, what you doing? Robert, what are you doing? I'm sorry, I stumbled on your name there because I was gonna call you Rob, and then you said Robert, and I'm like, oh yeah, because one of my roommates is named Rob. How are you? Thank you. Come, what you? How have you been? Amazing, Josie. Oh my gosh. Thank you, Robert. Are you about to apologize for not being able to pick me up from Kansas? Because don't apologize for that, dude. It's fine. I'm back now. It's okay. It wasn't that big of a deal. God. Oh my gosh, Robert, thank you so much for swinging by. Mr. Gullible, Robert, is a friend of mine for several years. I haven't been able to see him in a long time, but he's been kind of silent, not silent. He's been vocally encouraging me to keep up with the YouTube stuff for a long time. So I greatly appreciate you swinging by. Gosh, thank you. Just catching up on the chat. Thank you, Gachimichi, for saying so. I'm glad that the podcast has helped you. What was the one that I wanted to? Yeah, this is the one. Lost in Desolation. Feeling in control of your life. It's complicated. I obviously feel very similar in a lot of times. It's tough. It's hard. Transition does help, obviously. Going by my chosen name and my chosen pronouns, taking HRT, which has marked psychological, physiological effects. Wearing different clothes now, feeling comfortable. Like once I started transitioning, I felt like able to lose weight. I was very overweight, and I tried to lose weight for a very long time, and I wasn't able to for a number of reasons. Generally, because I was situated with my body incorrectly, and I was able to do it. So coming out and transitioning does help you take control of your life, and HRT has for sure helped me. But it's as much an effort of the mind as it is anything exterior. Like it's something that you have to work at for yourself, and that's tough. It's introspective. It's difficult, but it's possible. It's something you can do. Mood. Any plans for transition goals in 2019? Transition goals. I'm hoping to have my facial hair gone. Excuse me. I was supposed to actually have an appointment at a laser hair place this past Monday, but we had this past Friday, sorry. But we had a gigantic winter storm roll through, and that they had to close. And so if you saw my pictures on Twitter of me building a snow person, that day was when that gigantic winter storm came through. So I was supposed to reschedule this past Monday, but I don't have the funds to afford it the way that I thought I did on Friday, the way I could have justified it in my brain because I hadn't paid bills yet. So that's my biggest goal, is to jump back on laser hair removal. And I've done 8 sessions so far, and it's actually had a market effect. It's just that for a long time they gave me bad advice on when to shave before coming in. Skaza, thank you so much. I don't know. I like winter weather. It's too weird here in Oklahoma, but if I do ever leave, which I probably will eventually, Oklahoma, a lot of the politicians here are not great. But thank you. I like this choker too. You came out. Oh my gosh. Well, congratulations on coming out, and I'm so glad that you showed up here. Thank you so much. I would want to move somewhere where there's winter more consistently. Is my feeling. Gail Frisbee, advice on when to shave, laser hair removal. The morning of. The last 2 sessions that I did had more effect than the previous 6 because they had told me that I needed to shave like 1 or 2 days before. And the reason why that they told me that is that they're used to working with cisgender women whose hair is much lighter and much thinner. So it needs to grow out more for the laser to be effective. But for somebody like me who has really thick facial hair genetically, it's not gonna, like, the laser's not gonna miss because it's just based on what can absorb light, and you want it to be as close to the root as possible because that's the thing you're targeting. So shave the morning of, and do that regardless of what your laser tech tells you, I guess. I don't know. I shouldn't say that, but make up your own mind, right? Do what you can, but generally speaking, it's good to shave the day before. That seems to be the more common advice now that I've dug a little bit deeper. I actually need to go back and like either remove or redact the episode of my podcast that I did about laser hair removal because there was a lot of bad advice that I was going off of when I recorded that. Yeah, I mean, if you have slow hair growth, yeah, it's just like, oh, Gil, I've never done electrolysis, so I cannot speak for when you should shave. I assume that you need to grow it out more because they have to pull the hair out when they insert the diode. I don't know. Yeah, LC, we were just talking about laser. Mood. I have been looking into like different wigs and stuff, but I don't have like a PO box or anything. I don't know. So it's I appreciate the offer. I've thought about getting a PO box, but that's not something I can afford right now. But someday, I guess. Elsie, so you say that your laser tech tells you to shave 2 days before every appointment. How effective has it been? How many sessions have you had? Yeah, mood. I do have one. I wore it in the video. It's not like a great wig. It's just like a cheap thing that I got to see if I wanted it. But I've thought about it more. I'm growing my hair out right now, and I'm actually really happy with it. It just doesn't show up very well on the stream because, of course, it's thin, but it looks a little bit better. Damn, LC, 20 sessions down to the last few. Well, that's wild. I mean, I feel like a lot of folks don't. I feel like a lot of folks see like really strong results after a few, and they don't have to do more than like 12. That seems to be like the upper max when they're doing it right. I don't know. My experience has been that I did 6 sessions before like shaving or not shaving 2 days before. Interesting, I'll see. I don't know. Kimberly Butler, not yet. I don't. Well, okay, yeah, for sure. Behaving in a way society, especially your gender identity. I don't really present as female in public that much. I've done like as far as like makeup and wearing like explicitly female clothes, but I mean I wear female cut clothes and I don't look exactly like masculine, I guess, but it's still generally like kind of just androgynous. And I try to just be as stealth is possible, I guess, is a way to put it. I don't know. There's certainly a lot of pressure to look a certain way. And I feel like I don't have the ability to pass yet. So, oof. Lost in Desolation used to pluck your beard away with tweezers. That's what. Oof. So as far as it reducing success with laser, that's not necessarily true. So you're not supposed to pluck hair anywhere that you're getting laser until within like 2 months of a laser appointment, because growth cycles of hair and sorry, I'm distracted by. Thank you, Yoshijo Kure, for showing up. Have fun with lunch and a video game. This sounds like a great time. Saya, thank you for saying I have good taste in lipstick. I'm not actually wearing lipstick right now, but thank you. Oh gosh. Wow. Well, Bianca Gonzalez, thank you so much. Thank you for being my patron. I really appreciate that. Sleep well and rest from your yoga. Lost in Desolation, as far as I know, it doesn't affect the roots or anything. If you're on HRT, like generally, you know, your body has to work harder to sorry, I gotta stop staring at the chat. Generally, your body has to work harder to grow it back once you plucked it, because it's different. But it basically, like the life cycle of your hair operates a certain way. I've got a little bit too much wine in my system to be able to go into detail about it right now. But on HRT, your body is not producing testosterone as much, depending on how you're doing it. So each time you pluck the hair, it's growing out a little bit less strong. So in a hypothetical sense, I can see that plucking consistently beforehand, before starting a laser session, after you start HRT, like your hair would grow in a little bit thinner, and that would make laser a little bit less effective. Yeah, so Lost in Desolation, as far as like plucking your hair, you shouldn't pluck your face because that's painful. And I spent a really long time plucking like my mustache at one point, and that was miserably painful and didn't last very long. Thank you, Doug. But no, it's not that it like permanently affects your roots. It's just that it makes the laser less effective in the short term. So you shouldn't pluck like within 2 months of a laser appointment, just because of how hair growth cycle works. Okay, let's see. With little facial hair, if my gauge post period is literally 10 to 15 hairs. So say, yes, it would be effective as long as they grew that back within 2 months of 2 months of going to the laser. It depends on the shade. Effectiveness depends a lot on the shade of your hair. I am sort of like the ideal candidate for laser hair removal because I have pale skin and I have really dark hair. People who have lighter hair, laser is not as effective on them. So it depends on that. And then if they've only got like 10 to 15 hairs, it might be worth it to just do electrolysis, because that's 100% guaranteed permanent, and it's by the, I don't know, it generally costs more, but it costs more because it's like by the, not by the hour, or maybe it's by, I can't remember what the pricing range is, but it's charged in a different way. Because it's more labor intensive, because they're literally inserting a diode into each individual hair follicle to kill it at the root, pulsing electricity through it. But if you've only got like 10 or 15 hairs, that's a good, I feel like electrolysis is a good way to just take take care of it. Do I have a plan on writing or directing a fictional movie? There are lots of things that I would love to do. There are scripts that I've been working on for a long time. I've actually made a couple of short films. Only one of them am I really happy with. I made that like a year and a half ago. As a writer, I always felt like I was writing movies, and I just turned to fiction because I could never hope to execute my ideas in cinema, I guess. I don't know. It's something that I would like to do, but I also film work is hard in a way that is just exhausting. And I kind of right now I'm pretty pleased with the pace that I'm at, you know, with YouTube videos and stuff. One of my goals this year is to finally work on this fantasy World War I book that I've been thinking about and researching for a very long time. So I am that's something that I would love to see as an anime, because it's kind of, I conceptualize it as an anime. But yeah, I mean, there's stuff that I would like to do as a filmmaker. I don't know. Let's see. Advice on picking a new name. Everybody has a different like way that they arrive at their name, and I feel like mine is super weird because, like I said in the video, it just sort of fell into my lap. Like I was walking to class one day, and I was going by Zara, which is Zara. That was sort of something that one of my friends, one of the first people that I came out to, suggested to me. And I liked it because I wanted to keep Z in my name. And, oh gosh, excuse me. I was just walking to class one day, like Zara never felt like a good fit. And then I suddenly realized, like, oh, wait, Sarah, that's it. That's my name. And I just knew from that. And I knew it was like Sarah. I knew that was my name. There is an episode of my podcast that literally goes through that whole realization. And it's relatively early on. I want to say that's around like episode 8 or 9. I can't remember exactly, but there's only 39 episodes of the podcast, so it's not that hard to troll through and find. Let's see. Kimberly Butler, I wouldn't necessarily call the thing that I have in mind historical fantasy. It's a fantasy that's inspired by World War I in a number of ways, but it's equally inspired by sort of an anime aesthetic and like a narrative style. And there's a lot of things that are supposed to be like culturally realistic, but it's also a story that's very heavily fantasy and like magical and weird. So I wouldn't put it in that context necessarily. It's more that I just want, I've never seen a book that's like fantasy that's based on World War I in the way that I have in my brain. So I want to do it. And I like the characters that are like the 4 protagonists. So yeah, thank you so much. I plan on starting to write it this year. I am thinking about writing it in such a way that patrons over at my Patreon can read it as I'm writing it. So Lost is my favorite show, obviously, as I've said a million times. All the stuff that I write tends to have a similar structure to Lost, where it's present tense action and then flashbacks. So they're the four protagonists of this book sort of start the book, as I imagine it, kind of in the middle of their action. And I've been thinking about potentially for Patreon, or just getting to work on basically just writing the flashbacks before writing like the story proper, because those are all sort of self-contained narratives and they don't have as much to do with the larger like plot that to me is it kind of important to have contextualized. So I feel like those would be good things to write in a serial way for like a Patreon audience. And the times when I was best able to like get writing done consistently was when I was writing fan fiction, and I would post like a 500-word chapter a day, and just having that like consistent thing kind of that feedback, that sort of serotonin loop always kept me honest, I guess. Start a Patreon Discord. Is that a thing that people want? I'm not used to being a person that people would want to have like a community around. Who I am forever. I also would love to work with animation. Comics and animation I love so much. And like, again, this book that I'm working on is, I imagine it as an anime. So yeah, no, I mean, I would have gone into comics. The first book that I wrote, if I ever do an adaptation of it, I would love to do a comic adaptation, because I feel like it would work much better. Talking birds work better in comics than they do in like live action. Take note, Disney. A straight up fan Discord for my user base? Gosh. I mean, I can look into that, I guess. I'm a member of a bunch of different Discords, and I'm really bad about like posting in chats and stuff. I don't know. I'm really bad at like community engagement. I don't know. I haven't been able to keep up with that stuff since I was a forum hopper in like 2004. Elsie with the mustard gas, etc., have human form as one of the main characters. Kind of, a little bit, not in a one-to-one way, but there's certainly elements of that. It's not like elementals, but I've always been a fan of like, you can actually see down here, right here, I have all 12 volumes of Sandman by Neil Gaiman. I've always been a big fan of personified concepts. So that's probably a fair guess that there will be some sort of like personified concept in the book. Crippling Mission is looking at Discord. Yeah, I mean, all of 2 episodes, Elsie. Kimberly Butler, have I ever watched American Gods? Yes, I have. I worked on an episode of the show. And my roommate worked on the first 2 episodes. I was only there for a single day of the shoot, but he was there for like 3 weeks. There are 2 shots in the very first episode that I worked on, which I barely did anything. It's basically when Shadow gets out of the bus from the prison in the first episode, there's a shot of him getting off the bus, and then there's a shot of him like looking around the street. That's a town in Oklahoma. They shot a lot of the first season in Oklahoma during the summer when it was blisteringly hot. And so those 2 shots, when he gets off the bus and he looks around, I was there for that. Mostly they just use natural light. There were some like bounce boards, which are big white, just like particle boards that you just put around to bounce light around. I have some back here, but it's literally like white, just white boards. and we had like shades that we pulled up over him when he was getting out, and it was a really simple shoot. Mostly I spent my time inside drinking cold water because it was just really hot because middle of the summer. Yeah, Ricky Whittle is a pretty cool guy from what I could tell. My roommate who worked with him a lot more said he seemed kind of stupid. I shouldn't say that, but I did. It's too late now. He seemed kind of like, but my experience with him was that he was perfectly fine. And it's like slander. Do I find it odd watching media that I played a part in? Yes, but I haven't played much of a part in it, and the stuff that I have, I don't watch. Most of the stuff that comes through here is garbage. Yeah, the wine said it. Fucking sour grapes. Like I worked for a couple years on this reality show called Street Outlaws, and I don't watch that. I don't care. I'll sometimes tune into races. Like I'll find clips of races on YouTube because those are the things that I worked on, and I'll be like, "Oh yeah, I remember when that happened." Because I was like on the sidelines when there were a couple of crashes, but generally speaking, the stuff that I worked on doesn't get seen by anybody because not a lot of big productions come through Oklahoma. There's a couple of smaller ones that I've worked on. There's actually a film coming through. I'm going to find the trailer for y'all, and you should go watch it. It's a link that I just posted. Trailer for Home with a View of a Monster by the Greenlee brothers. And this was a film that was shot over the course of 3 weeks. Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and say that I'm not going to read any more comments because we're just doing this now. I don't know. But we shot that film over the course of 3 weeks. We lived in a lakeside cabin together, the entire crew, for 3 solid weeks. I did it without getting paid. I basically volunteered because we didn't have enough money, but they needed another person, and the Greenlees are super cool. And I've worked with them in the past because they graduated around the time right after I started college, and I worked with them on a couple of their smaller projects. And they're very talented and good screenwriters. And so I just lived with them for 3 weeks, and that was one of the best films that I've ever worked on, and I'm so excited to see it. And there's a lot of stuff in that film that I'm incredibly proud of, and I cannot wait to see that film in theaters, assuming it does come out in theaters. It's legitimately really good, and there's actually a couple of light gags in it that were my idea, which is so cool. There's a shot of this car where we get in, where this person is like stalled outside of this house, and they're like looking at a picture and feeling moody. So we have like a exterior of the car, and then we get inside the car, and I suggested that we rig up a pair of 500s, which are 500 watt lights. They're just bright fucking lights that I put like red gels over to act as a gag for the tail lights to light up like the back of the protagonist's head. And they sort of went, I don't know, that seems kind of unrealistic, but if you want to, go ahead and set it up. So I set that up, and they turned it on, and the DP was immediately like, shit, that's perfect. That's an amazing thing. And that shot is, I think that shot's in the trailer. I can't remember. But like, yeah, no, I mean, there's a lot of stuff like that, and I'm so incredibly proud of that production. So watching it, the film's not out yet, Kimberly Butler. Hopefully it comes out soon. I haven't heard anything in a while, but I imagine it'll be coming out soon. And it's really good. It's legitimately got a good script, which is unusual for the stuff that I get the opportunity to work But yeah, usually when I watch stuff that I worked on, it's kind of surreal because most of the stuff that comes through Oklahoma is very low budget, and I don't have the equipment that I would like to work with, and don't have the crew that I would like to work with. So there's always a lot of compromise, and a lot of times the scripts are real bad, and there's a whole sort of Harvey Weinstein in small scale in Oklahoma situation that I'm sort of tangentially involved in that there's this like really disgusting producer who worked around here for a long time. As far as I know, he's been kind of booted out of the industry. I haven't worked around here in a while, film wise. But he bankrolled a lot of films, and there's just like a lot of gross stuff that I was party to that I didn't really notice at the time, and I feel bad about that in a lot of ways. I've actually apologized to a lot of those people for not being able to help more than I did. And it was nothing close to what Weinstein did as a person, but it was just sort of similar. I don't want to go into it, or I'm not going to go into it because it's complicated. And I believe there's like an ongoing lawsuit involved because, of course, the guy who's the face of the accusations is independently wealthy and a bastard, so suing everybody who's come forward. But the point of bringing that up is a lot of the productions that come through Oklahoma as like a tertiary film market are really manipulative and gross. And yeah, I don't know. So a lot of the stuff that I watch, I don't get to watch because it doesn't actually come out. It's weird. The thing is, most people, if they work in production, they don't work on like movies or even like the commercials. It's just like all over the place. And most of the stuff that I've worked on, I've never seen. I don't even know if it's come out because, at least around here, a lot of productions are just like a couple of people who got some money together and they decided to make something. So they hired some people. You go out and you work on it, and then you come home with a paycheck and you never hear from them again. So I don't know. LC, yeah, only one lawsuit. I don't know. I am not involved in the legal action in any way, and I'm not. I volunteered myself as a witness to certain events, but I haven't heard back. As far as I haven't heard anything about whether the lawsuits are going forward. I don't know if there's more than one. I don't even know if there is the one or which direction it's going. I don't know. It's a complicated situation, and I just don't know. I don't know. I'm not terribly involved in it besides just having been there for a lot of the events. Sort of. God, this stream has been going for 3 hours and there's still 50 people watching. That's amazing. Oh gosh, and this angle that I'm leaning at is nice because it makes it look like I've got more cleavage than I actually do. This is just flat here, but that shadow is nice. Elsie, I actually don't want to really. I don't think I want to work in film anymore. I enjoy it. I enjoy being a grip electric, but I want to do my own thing, and G&E eats up all your time. Film work in general eats up all your time. I want to do other stuff as much as I enjoy it, and I also don't like LA. I've visited a number of times, and I just didn't. I don't know. I didn't like it. And then I haven't been to New York City, but the cost of living there is just so. You do a picture of me? Oh fuck! I want to see it. Send it to wherever. However, send it to. I mean, you can tweet it at me if you're on Twitter at HMS NoFun. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to like completely just like that's exciting. Oh my gosh. Oh, yeah, exactly. You never see like, my roommate was like a grip. Yeah, Atlanta is a place that I've thought about, but it's also a thing where I want to move somewhere where there's winter. Is the issue. I know Atlanta has a really big film industry right now. Only a private Twitter can send to you on Patreon. Yes. Yes, I believe so. As far as I know, can try it, see what happens. Or you could email it to me, and I can just give you my the email for the podcast, so I can see. We'll just watch that. Yeah, like I thought about Vancouver, but getting okay, here is the email. Sure. Let's see. Yeah, Kimberly Butler. I have friends who live in Austin. I have a friend who actually works in bug testing in games. I can't remember the actual term for it, but he works for a company that does testing for video games. And I've known a number. I've been to Austin a bunch of times. I've actually been to Austin Film Festival a couple of times. It's really cool. I don't know. I don't want to live in one of these like big places. This is the thing. This is why Austin's a cool place, but it's gotten more expensive. The myth of what Austin is based on what Austin was like 10 years ago. But like anywhere that gets that kind of hype, it's been gentrified, and it's a lot more costly to live there. And also, as a film worker, it's not a great place to live because Texas is a right to work state, so the union regulations aren't as stringent. And because UT Austin has such a big film program, there's a lot of people who are undergrads who are desperate for experience, who will take jobs for far less than they are worth just for the experience. And the result of that is that there's just no bargaining power for people who are like career film workers. So you end up having to get paid way less than you're worth. People pay like a quarter of the wage that they would get for the same job in like LA. I don't know, Kimberly, what's his fucking name? Why am I blanking on this? Hold on. Richard Linklater. Richard Linklater, and then also El Mariachi, Spy Kids. That's what happens when I have alcohol. I can't remember names. Let's see. What is his damn name? Robert Rodriguez. Yeah, Richard Linklater and Robert Rodriguez are both Austin local filmmakers who have like made a lot of what? Okay, who have made a lot of basically made Austin a big film city in a general sense, but it is different. Yeah, Robert Rodriguez. Yeah, I know there's a lot of like tech stuff that's going on out there, and yeah, Pittsburgh, LC is something that's on my radar. I don't know. The thing is, right now I'm sticking to Oklahoma because the cost of living is ludicrously cheap. I feel like the idea of moving out to like LA or New York or just a big city in general, like chasing your dreams, trying to get away from, your small town place as soon as possible, it's kind of misguided because the rent is so high that you're going to be spending so much more of your time working than you might be otherwise. And I mean, like, pay is higher, so it sets things up a little bit, but it's still, I would rather move out wherever I wind up moving at a point when I've already kind of made a name for myself, if that makes sense. I want to put the most work in here before I go anywhere else. My old roommate, who was put a lot more time into working in film than I did. Oklahoma is kind of a shitty film industry, but it's small enough that I got to know basically everybody in it in the course of a year, and because I work hard and I'm reliable and I'm good at what I do, I got to be a preferred name for a bunch of people, or at least I was for a little while until I had to start school up again and I became less available. But there are like bigger productions that come through occasionally, and my old roommate basically got in. He worked on the most recent Hellraiser, the most recent Children of the Corn, and a couple of other different things. And he became friends with a number of like producers and directors and different people. Became friends with the gaffer who worked on Black Panther, a bunch of other Marvel movies, who's apparently an Oklahoma native and just moved back here randomly. So that's pretty cool. But he spent 3 years basically building connections in the Oklahoma film industry. Excuse me. And then now he's moved out to LA, but he has all of these connections. And it might have taken him a decade to do the work that he did in 3 years here. So like, that's my feeling. So cheapest rent in your area is like $800 a month for a 2-bed, 1-bath apartment. I live in a house with 2 other roommates. It's a 3-bedroom house. I obviously have the master bedroom. It's I use it as production studio. Our total rent for this house is $875, so I pay just under $300 a month for my rent. So that's the perspective that I'm coming from. And like my monthly bills split 3 ways are like $150 at most. So that's sort of what I mean, right? Yeah. So, woof. That's rough. That's rough from my perspective. So yeah, that's the thing. Is like Oklahoma is not the best place in the country for a lot of reasons. Although the people here are generally actually really nice. It's the politicians who are garbage, and like there's just a handful of like gross people, and you never know. I don't know. I live in a college town, so it's kind of hard to judge. But the cost of living here is super cheap, and this town is generally pretty accepting of trans people. So I don't know. I'm sticking it out here for the near future, at least probably another year. I'm probably gonna have to move in June, but beyond that, I don't know. I'm gonna try to stick it out here for a little while. Although if things keep going at the rate they're going now, I might be at a point in June where I can afford to go somewhere else. I don't know, but I don't know. It just depends. As far as a place to go, I don't know. I really don't know. I've thought about like Colorado. I think I would really like to live there. I like to be close to nature, generally speaking. I don't know. I haven't put much thought into it. When I was considering grad school, I put a lot of thought into it, and there were a couple of colleges that I had on like my short list. God, this chair is squeaking again. But now that I've crossed that off the list, at least for the near future, my focus is mostly on just hanging out here and working on this shit, and figuring out what I want to do after that. Because like if it's a year down the line and I've made a bunch of friends, in Boston or whatever, then it's like, yeah, I'll go to Boston. Why not? Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to Oregon. I would love to live on like the Northwest coast. I haven't been out there, but as a Twin Peaks fan, I mean, obviously I would like to. Sorry. Fireflies Never Die. Yes, I was a film studies major, but I also worked in film production. And what was your? Okay, yeah, you just asked. Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I am. Thank you. Yeah, I don't want to spend $200,000 on an MFA, right? I'm pretty confident that I could get a lot of that paid for. I've written some stuff that's gotten a little teeny bit of attention. I now have a video that's been taught in like a college course, which is really fucking weird. And I have good enough recommendations that I could probably get like a good like TA-ship, but still at the same time, yeah, I would still probably incur some level of student debt. And I also don't enjoy academic film writing. I thought I did, but I don't. I'm too passionate. I don't know. The LC, the ContraPoints defense. There's a college in the UK that did a course on digital film stuff, and in the last week, apparently, they did a class on YouTube aesthetics, and they taught ContraPoints the aesthetic, and my defense of it was required reading. And they shared a bunch of like slides from like PowerPoints that people quoted me, which is so bizarre. And then a few days ago, somebody who was at that college actually wrote about my video specifically for an academic publication and posted it. Like I can track that down. Oh, right. You sent me that picture. I'm so sorry. I got distracted by a lot. Olivia! Holy shit! Oh my god, Olivia! Holy fuck! Are you still in the chat? Oh my god. To everybody who said that they found me through the ContraPoints video, statistically, yeah, I mean, that's probably true of most people. That video has more views than anything else on my channel by a tremendous margin. Yeah, Olivia, holy shit. This picture is so good. I kind of can't believe that you see that person looking at me, and I'm so honored. Like I also love the brushes that you're using. I love that like chalky style in general. Like this is so good. Thank you so much. Oh my god. Like I can't I've fantasized about a time when people would like be willing to draw stuff. Like I've wanted to commission like avatars and stuff for a long time, but just never had the money to it. And I love. I don't know. I'm. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Oh everybody. Thank you. What was there was a my zodiac sign is Aries. I was born in April. What was it? What was the other thing? I saw another thing. Yeah, let's see. Olivia, if you want to do that, please. Oh my God, please. I will find a way to give you money for doing that because that's incredible and I love it. Thank you so much. Say, you knew about my channel before that vid? Oh gosh. Oh, the Bechdel test video. Olivia, I pay artists. I do not ask anybody to do work for free. I don't. If there's work that I love, I want to give them money for it. Asking people to give shit, absolutely not. I might not be able to give you money right now, but I will make sure that I get some to you at some point. That's just how it is. The Bechdel test video. There are a lot of people who've commented on that video that are like, "Is this satire?" I don't know. The Bechdel test video is like still, I think, one of my funniest. I laugh at it whenever I go back and look at it, but it's also, I think, a little bit unfair, and I wish. I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that was the video that helped me figure out. That was the video that actually pushed me towards building a teleprompter, because it was the first time that I was doing a video about something where I didn't have like relevant clips to cut to. So I didn't know what to put as the video. So I just used footage from my camera that I just had. And I tried to create a thing of like contrasting fire with rain. But it's still like really weird and esoteric. So that was the video that encouraged me to finally build a teleprompter and put myself on camera, because I needed something to fill the space when I wasn't just talking about a clip, because I don't like videos that just are like, we're talking about this video and it's just voiceover to the trailer, just repeated over and over. And I've done that a bunch of times, but I try to do better than that as often as I can. Or Who I Am Forever. Oh my gosh. Oh, Kimberly, thank you for, God, it's so weird hearing people like what videos y'all found me through. That's so cool. Right. Olivia, if it's okay with you, I'm going to post this picture that you drove me on Twitter and then link it in the chat, because I love this and I want people to see it. I'm really proud of the Twin Peaks videos, and I enjoy the Bechdel test video. Yeah, the Bechdel test video is, it's satire, but I did it before I really understood the fact that satire is kind of dead, in that the people that you're satirizing are kind of beyond satire. So there are a lot of people who watch it and they don't really, they're confused, because it takes a while before I get to the part where I'm explicitly like, wow, this guy's an idiot. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna post this picture, downloads. Where you at? There we are. Olivia, you say you only have private Twitter. Is it okay if I just say Olivia Bordelot drew this for me, like without a tag, just write your name? Or okay, I'm gonna do that right now before I get distracted again. Get ready for some all caps. Try to spell your name right. Incorrect. God, this picture is so good though. I just posted the link to Olivia's art of me. Yeah, just kind of. You know, I've only finished the first season of a series of unfortunate events. I need to finish that show. Any show that has a planned end date is a show that I want to watch. Of course, I have. It's one of those shows that's tough because one of my best friends encouraged me to watch it, and we are not friends anymore. So there's a lot of stuff like that I have bad memories tied to. Yeah, isn't that picture so good? Like, I agree, Kimberly Butler. I would fucking read whatever comic. Like, your art style is super good. In the video that I was supposed to record earlier today, one of my lines is, I can actually just pull up the script and fucking say it. Let's see. Scroll on down. Where is it? Let's see. Oh, that's actually not that good. I'm a sucker for animation. Good expressions are my drug. That's how I feel about that. That's not really that. I don't know. Yeah, I definitely want to read your stuff now, Olivia. That is good friggin' art. And looking at this picture, I still am like, that's such an amazing sort of conceptualization of myself. Like, I don't see that when I look in the mirror, and I'm still like, that's not what I look like, but I see it. Oh my God. That's so good. Like, this picture makes me feel so good, Olivia. Thank you so much. And if you have the time and want to, please, like, do like, color it. I would really truly appreciate it. Oh gosh, okay. I'm gonna track you down on stuff right this very second. Who sent me a message? Right. Jesus. I know this sad stream has been like really happy, hasn't it? This is not how I was expecting things to go, but this is how things have gone. Let's see. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Olivia, your art's so fucking good. Oh my God. This is so good. I like that tattoo. That's really cute. Oh my God. Oh my gosh, this is really good though, actually. Okay, I can't. No. Olivia, no, don't apologize. Like you unsolicited, you made like art of me and made me feel good. And I looked into your stuff and your stuff is real good. Like, no, it's okay. I'm not over here like, damn it, why did you hijack this stream? No, I am I'm so glad that you made art of me. Like that's so cool. Oh, cool. I used to have a drawing tablet and it broke. That was sad. I used to draw a lot. I always wanted to be always wanted to work in comics. Um, that sort of medium that I would love to work in again, but I don't know. You know, that's just how it goes. I'm not very good at keeping up with my hobbies. I have like, can you see? Where's my? Oh, my guitar's over here. Like, I play music occasionally. I have a keyboard around here somewhere, but I'm very not good at that. Um, there's a lot of hobbies like that that I always want to spend more time on, but I don't because I get distracted. Um, message retracted, lost in desolation. I'm not sure why that's a thing. Is that like? Welsh Mendelssohn, that's sort of the lifespan of a genius, isn't it? It's like 8 to 10 years. 12 notifications. Let's get back to. Oh, the colored one is really good too, though. And the like the waves coming off of it are really good too. Ah, oh gosh, this is. All right, well, that's gonna be my new profile picture. That is just the world in which we live today. So I hope you're cool with that because that's happening. Um, oh my god. I'm sorry everybody for like ignoring the chat and just doing this thing, but this is the coolest thing that's ever happened to me in my entire life. Right, chat, where are we? Let's see, what do we got? Yeah, Kimberly Butler, her skeletons are great, aren't they? Yeah. 47 people still here. It's almost 3.5 hours. God dang. Wow. Oh, that's nice. Hi, welcome, Half Pinter, Pint RR. We've been hanging out for a while. Just didn't mean to nudge the camera. Oh no, Sarah. You have 30 separate films upcoming. Yep. That's yeah. Oh, China. Wow. Gosh, dang. I'm gonna get some more wine, I guess. Actually, I have to go to the bathroom real quick, so I will return momentarily. Okay. Water. Oh no. I'm so sorry for not having a sad stream. I almost cried when Olivia made art of me. Let's see. Let's see. I can probably find something sad here. I've got all these books and movies. What do I got? What do I got that's sad? I should be looking at my criteria. That's what I should be doing. Let's see. And for good measure, I guess, or can I put you over here? You're there. I'm not going to deal with you. Okay. See you on the sunny side, please. Ask about situation with your parents. I can't guarantee that I can help, but I will try. Sad things. Trilogy, the Three Colors trilogy by Krzysztof Kieslowski. Blue is one of my favorite films ever. I've watched it a bunch of times and I cry every single time. I wrote an essay about it. I'm probably going to adapt that essay into a video at some point. It stars Juliette Binoche, who I love her as an actress. It's super good. Yeah, R.I.P. Filmstruck. It's well, Criterion is doing their own channel now, actually, which is good. So it's not totally dead. At least Criterion is going to be. It's going to come back. I'm glad you feel love in this 8K sad stream. It stopped being. It never really got sad, but that's good. I meant the sad ironically, because I was expecting to read a bunch of comments and make feel overly emotional. And the thing is, the reason why I stopped doing that, I was reading into the ones, like looking for the ones that elicited such a strong reaction out of me. And as I was reading into those, I realized like that's just gonna, I don't know, it just doesn't feel right for the energy we got going right now. You know, no, I'm glad to feel happy. This is extremely validating for me as a person. Yeah, I'm glad that Criterion has the cachet to be able to do their own streaming service. I signed up really early on and they sent me a $10 voucher recently for their store. So, and it doesn't have an expiration date on it, apparently, seems like. So the next time they got like a 50% off sale, whenever they have one of their flash sales, I'm going to go ham on a single Blu-ray. I really, 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 really want the Ingmar Bergman set. They're doing a reissue of it, and it is so good. So many things that don't get released anywhere else, haven't been released anywhere else. I really want it. I love Ingmar Bergman. I want to do a video about how The Seventh Seal is one of the best comedies ever made, and it's a fucking travesty that everybody thinks it's a drama. That's my take on that. But that's one I want to do. But I need to get it. I need to watch it again because it's been a while. Actually, my first Bergman that I saw was Fanny and Alexander, like the full 5-hour cut, and that's one of my favorite things that I've ever seen. Polly, I'm actually having a great day. Thank you. The sad and the sad stream has not come to pass. I wonder. Nah, it won't let me. Oh well. Yeah, but sad. I was talking about a Kieslowski film that's very sad. Hour of the Wolf. I actually haven't seen very many Bergmans. Alas, I own several. I own Fanny and Alexander, Autumn Sonata, both of which I've seen. I own The Magician, which I have not yet watched, and they're literally over there. I could go look. Persona, which I also haven't watched, and I really, really need to. I just keep not doing it. Gladstream. Yeah, it's a glad stream. It went from a sad stream to a glad stream. that's a good that's a good trans yeah, it's a good trans it's a good thing, Mila. Good job. Streaming any movies you can recommend as a bit of a primer. As far as like watching more like artsy movies, read Brazilian literature. Oh God, no! I wish. I mentioned this earlier in the stream. I am not a good reader. I learned to read at a very like later than a lot of people. So I enjoy reading, but it's really hard to make myself do it. And I'm very slow, so it's hard. Yeah, arts and stuff. Well, it depends on how artsy you want to get. Is the thing. Let's see if I've got any good ones here. It's so hard to know. Ocean at the End of the Lane is one of my favorite Neil Gaiman books. That's if I ever was asked to do a movie adaptation of a book, I would want to do a film of Ocean at the End of the Lane. I love Neil Gaiman. I have all of Sandman back here. I have Good Omens. Is that all that I have of his? I guess so. Huh. I also have a couple of Amanda Palmer things. Yeah, Good Omens is great. I'm so excited for the live version. Yeah, as far as like intro art films, it's hard to say because there's so many different directions you could go with. Because there's American cinema that is a little bit more experimental. And then there's international cinema of all kinds of varieties, like lots of different markets. So like Who Am Forever? Who is it? Neil Gaiman. Okay. Oh God, Woman in the Dunes. Teshi Gahara is such a good director. I love Woman in the Dunes, Face of Another, Pitfall. I think about that movie a lot. That movie is so creepy. I love Japanese cinema. Yeah. Okay. So if you know Oshima, so Japanese cinema, if there was ever an area that I would teach as a professor, it would probably be Japanese cinema. So obviously Kurosawa. I'm trying to think of like more artsy things though. There's obvious stuff, but it's blocked in my brain. I'm sure somebody's gonna like. Oh no, Jury Duty. Well, good luck, Saya. Thank you so much for hanging out. I look forward to your threatened fan art. Kimberly Butler, I have seen Hatsu. That movie is great, and Silence of the Lambs is a good is an okay suggestion. It's a good movie, but Yeah. I also have an apple here that I need to eat. Do I like Guillermo del Toro? I do. Yeah, I like Del Toro. Yeah, Devil's Backbone is great. You talking about me? Pale freaky looking? All right. Well, wait. No, but you're talking about whatever. Because you've been here in a bit, right? What's going on? Chat moderation. Wow, that's exciting. What can I? That's exciting. Got a whole like, yeah. This dude's got some stuff going on. Kimberly Butler, if you're offering, I can make you a moderator. I would really appreciate that help. Hi, Emily. Thank you for stopping by. I was wondering if you were around. Thank you so much. Hey. Well, I would appreciate it if you not. Boop. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah. Hellboy is really good. I really like Pan's Labyrinth. Is an incredible film. Yeah, no, I love Del Toro. Right. We were talking about Japanese cinema. I'm going to put this back, and I'm going to re-examine my shelf. I have not seen Ugetsu Monogatari, but I want to. That got a recent Criterion release, I do believe, but I do like Mizuguchi. Oh, apple's a little soft on the inside. That's fun. Right. A lot of folks just sort of showing up here in almost hour 4. Bizarre. Okay. Not sure why the YouTube algorithm is recommending this. This stream started off as me reading comments on a video that I posted like 2 weeks ago, and then it just turned into us just chatting. So it's sort of niche. It's kind of a transgender thing. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know what the frick is happening either, G Life. Yeah. Yeah, we're all transgender here. So yeah. Huh. Wow. A lot of folks just sort of like showing up the last second, just like you're right. This isn't an 8K resolution. This is sort of a preemptive celebration of the fact that I'm about to hit 8,000 subscribers. So, okay. Uh, hmm. Think, hmm. Wow. These are kind of fun. Yeah, I guess I could have been a little bit more clear on that. Oh, God. Really? It's not listed. Oh, Lord. Okay. Why the fuck is it? Okay. I see what's happening. CES is going on. Oh, hell. Really, YouTube? Not even going to look at the fucking. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, IP banning would be nice. Um, yeah, I changed the name. I changed the title, or at least I believe that I did. Hold on a second. What a stupid thing to happen. Yeah, it's just called Sad Stream now. So, weird. What a. I guess I accidentally hacked the algorithm. That's weird. Yeah, enjoy the apple. By the way. Hmm. Yeah, Funeral Parade of Roses is really good. It's weird. Been distracted. Interesting. No, Lindemann, I don't actually buy subs. I make good videos. Yes. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Well, y'all. This is so weird. Okay. Yeah. Well, it's about to hit midnight, so I think I'm going to call it a stream because we've been going for 4 hours. And stuff is, people are being stupid. So everybody who is, it's okay, Kimberly Butler. This was an unforeseeable, weird title thing, and it was a confluence of a tech show happening at the same time as this. I don't know. It was bizarre confluence of events. So I'm gonna finish this apple, finish this rather large glass of wine that can't exactly put that back in the box, can I? So thank you all so much for coming out and hanging out, and thank you so much for supporting the video and for supporting me. And I'm glad that you all had fun. I had a lot of fun. I want to do more streams in the future and like play games, like video games that you would watch. So it's not just me talking to y'all. I guess this was fun. I probably run out of things to say eventually. So thank you all so much. And Mila and Kimberly, thank you so much for moderating. It became necessary at the last possible second. So I will talk to y'all later. Thank you so much. Farewell. 5, 6, 7 seconds into 4 hours. Wow.